is killing me. Voices in my dream telling me where I should go, saying over here is where I wanna be. There's melodies in me, yeah, saying this is who I am. It's not an act. Ding a line, don't banda qua convene. When you smile, when you dance.
two, 1, 2. Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four. Check.
more feeling I'm in despair. Come what may, I am prepared. My mind is made up to start again where I was before. Nothing's gonna stop me now. I've decided to let it show. It's no use pretending I love you any longer. Take your love and keep it, girl. I don't need it anymore. Now I've chosen my own way, and I'll be gone forevermore.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Order. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a good night's rest. My name is Michael Hendrikse. I'm the Provincial Electoral Officer for the Western Cape and will be facilitating this morning's session. So welcome to day 2 of our conference. I think that we had a very lively introduction yesterday to the topic, which I think is also very close to all of our hearts, either side of where we come from. So today's session will then commence with an address by the National Minister for Finance, whereafter we will then have a further session where we will have presenters discussing the impact of the purpose, role and mandate of political funding, and to a large extent will carry on what was really started yesterday, but giving a different perspective on these. So I'm just going to ask that we all sort of settle down, those who are outside, settle down so that when we can then start as soon as the Minister then enters. So thank you for that. As well. Note. Also, just a reminder that we please place our cell phones on silent, as well as those alarms. You know, many of us have little alarms on to tell us when we have to take our tablets nowadays. So, also, can you just put those also on silent, please? So, thank you very much. So I'm going to call on the Vice Chairperson, Ms. Love, and the Minister then to please come up to the podium. Sorry, may I ask the Vice Chairperson, Ms. Love? Vice Chair, can you please take a seat up on the... And Minister, may you also please take a seat up on the podium, please? Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Conference attendees, all protocol observed, welcome to day 2 of our session. As per our program, we kick off with an address by our Minister of Finance, and then afterwards we will then go into the next session, session 7, where we have presenters, but we'll talk more about that once the Minister has finished his address. I'm now going to call upon our Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Ms. Janet Love, to come do the welcoming and introduction. Thank you, Commissioner.
Honourable Minister, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Members of Parliament, our guests from HSRC and other panelists and researchers from whom we learnt a lot yesterday, leaders of unrepresented parties, members of civil society and the media, public servants, including from the Treasury, SARS, and representatives from the Parliamentary Budget Office, our Chief Electoral Officer, Saima Mabolo, provincial electoral officers, and our incredible IEC team, and to all of those who have been able to join us online, good morning to you all. I want also to convey the apologies from the chairperson of the Commission, who has had to attend an international meeting relating to election management and international idea, which is in Pretoria, but he will join us possibly when he can during the session online. Yesterday, after a fiery start, we were able to collectively recognize both the progress we have made as a country in relation to the regulation of political financing. We were also able to see some of the issues that require careful consideration as we seek to improve what is currently in place. As the chairperson of the Commission and the CEO clearly stated yesterday, the aim of this symposium is to put forward issues, to put forward proposals, so that these can form part of the policy matters that Parliament needs to consider in order to strengthen our law. Some of the key propositions were made and need for those members of Parliament as well as others who are here to work through, and I'll mention a few. Firstly, from the data that was obtained from the research study by the HSRC, it was clear that over 70% of the respondents confirmed that they are worried about the transactional nature of politics, they are worried about elite capture, and the matters that arise in this regard from political funding. Several contributions emphasized that knowing for whom one will vote requires knowing about the money. The transparency, it is essential for democracy in order to have informed voting, but also to have free and fair elections. Secondly, political parties, as a cornerstone of our constitutional democracy, were very clearly the point was made that they are public institutions. As such, transparency about political party financing and the importance of internal good governance of political parties are matters that are rightly in the public domain. As we move forward to local government elections, concerns were also expressed about the fact that locally based political parties are not included in the current legislation. Thirdly, while the current political finance laws focus on the income of political parties, the expenditure in campaigns, which has a more immediate effect on enabling a level playing field on the one hand, and a more important potential impact on election outcomes, is not the focus at the present. In addition, in order to avoid any potential manipulation through corporate giving to individual parties instead of companies donating to the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, these are things that require a consideration that additional public money needs to be allocated to political parties. Fourthly, receiving regular reports from political contestants and from donors regarding the income to political parties is very different from monitoring, investigating, and enforcing the legislation. And it is vital to have legislation that is enforceable. Several questions were raised about whether the IEC is the appropriate institution to monitor, to investigate, and to enforce. There are various financial institutions that were identified who can and must play a role. The Financial Intelligence Center, SARS, the Reserve Bank, which monitors foreign financial flows, all of these can contribute, and in particular, the AG's office was identified, as well as the Office for Serious Commercial Crimes, the SIU, and others, who may be best placed and capacitated to conduct investigations. So with these issues in mind, I'm sure that you will all join me in welcoming the Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwana, to deliver his keynote address. Appointed in 2021, Minister Godongwana has a background both as an economist and a former General Secretary of one of the largest trade unions. He has played a key role in shaping the country's financial governance, but has also served not only as a member of Parliament, but a member of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. He has been a member of that Executive Council, as well as a Deputy Minister, and today a Minister. Minister, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Program Director, Commissioners of the Electoral Commission, CEO, and distinguished guests. You must have recognized from the CV read by Commissioner Janet that what I'm going to talk about is not my terrain. I spent 3 decades developing one skill, that is organize people to strike. That's what I've perfected in my life. In everything else, I'm a chance taker. Even in economics, I studied economics, but I never practiced as an economist. If you try to practice as an economist in Lutuli House, you can understand where my training comes from. But let me come to the subject at hand. Subject at hand. We're a young democracy. And a young democracy like South Africa relies on strong and independent institutions for its longevity and legitimacy. Strong judiciary, a vibrant legislative arm, an informed and active civil society, And I must add, a vibrant and critical press are indispensable. I was we had a meeting with the judiciary 2 weeks ago. I said, you'll be surprised that as Minister of Finance, one of the things I boast about when I talk to investment community is the strength and quality of our democracy. When I do that, I raise these institutions, these quality institutions which undergird our democracy. These institutions are key to maintaining checks and balances that are backbone of any democracy. Among them as well is the Electoral Court and the Independent Auditor General's Office. And I must add something which is also available in few jurisdictions, the Public Protector. So, by and large, if you look at the South African polity, we have tried to construct institutions which are supposed to strengthen this young democracy and give it quality. Related to the ability to hold, another quality important is competitive elections by political parties that are not beholden to private interests and therefore should be publicly funded. I'm saying that are not beholden, it doesn't mean now, they are not. I can't vouch for that. I can't say they are, I can't say they are not. But an ideal goal is that they should not be beholden to private interest. Related to the ability to hold free and fair competitive election is an independent electoral commission that boasts adequate resources and has the capability to enforce rules. No, sorry, we can attest to that. I'm keeping you well on resources. There are some people who were saying during the elections, the reason the IEC is not, it's heavily underfunded and so on. I make it my point. I'm going to come back to that point in a moment. And that is therefore, its neutrality, independence, non-biased nature must be jealously guarded. Must be jealously guarded. It's easy for us as political parties in the context of heated elections to attack the institution of the Electoral Commission, but in essence, we are attacking the democratic foundations of ours. Political funding, which is the subject matter here, in South Africa has historically been opaque, with little regulation or public disclosure until recent years. For much of the democratic era, political parties were not legally required to reveal their sources of private funding, raising concerns about corruption, undue influence, and lack of accountability. This fundamental shifted with the Political Party Funding Act of 2018, which came into effect on April 1, 2021. Key reforms which you probably might have heard about them today, but let me repeat for the sake of emphasis. A mandatory disclosure for donations above specified threshold, currently 100,000, but there's a proposal to increase that to 200,000. Prohibition of donations above specific limit, currently 15 million per donor per financial year, soon to be increased to 30 million. Banning donations from foreign government or state-owned enterprises. Establishment of a multi-party democratic fund with the IEC enforcing the act and publish reports. But despite these advances, challenges remain in enforcement, local transparency, and capping illicit financing. let me digress a bit. Illicit financing is quite an important part. We were grey listed. Among the items for grey listing was our inability to deal with that aspect. The good news is we have been cleared by the FATF of all the 22 subject to their inspection into the country. But we don't want to go back to that. We don't want to go back to that. I was telling the commissioner and the CEO that the USA administration, every 6 months or 3, they send me a note and say, these individuals with bank accounts from these institutions, we have sanctioned them for terror financing in South Africa. It's still a challenge that we need to grapple with. There are other pitfalls to the Party Political Funding Act that we must be honest about and work hard to overcome. For one, all political parties registered to contest national and provincial elections are required to submit annual audited statements. The majority of, let me not say the majority, let me say a substantial number of parties, however, have failed to do so over the past 3 years, and sanctions being pursued by the Commission are still in progress. I'm going to come back to this role of the Commission in this area. It's going to be part of the 2 questions I'm going to be leaving you with. As I conclude, I'm going to leave you with 2 questions. Because I would like us to debate this issue. I've got views I can share, but I'd like to debate. Another challenge is that currently the political party funding legislation does not extend to local government. This is an area that we must address. As National Treasury and the government as a whole, we must commit to improving transparency and oversight of political finance to prevent abuse by illicit networks. As I've indicated earlier, we've made progress as seen in our modest update from FATF on our journey to being removed from the grey list, where our reforms to resolve systemic weaknesses in anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing and to root the links with political party funding have been recognized. There's an interesting thing, if we can just digress a bit and tell an interesting story. Sometimes we need to create a crisis for people to work together. When we were trying to deal with FATF, we had to do an interesting thing which has never happened, to do omnibus bill. All departments worked out, we put together a bill which amended legislation across many departments at the same time, through that, in order to make sure that we can deal with this FATF grey listing. So it was a positive development in that sense. It kind of taught us how to cooperate and work as government as a whole. The ability to hold free and fair election is a vital feature of any democracy, encompassing both procedural, which means periodic elections, and substantive aspects, which means free and fairness. As custodian of the fiscus, we ensure IEC funding for successful elections, and will continue to do that. I'm told the lady who normally does this in Treasury, sitting at the back in the room somewhere here. I'm glad she's here, she's going to be listening. And I'll bind, as I speak, and bind her, so that when we go to the department, she's not going to give me a headache. You are all aware of the announcement I made in March, in the March contested 2025 budget speech on funds allocated to the IEC for the hosting of the upcoming local government elections. We have allocated 885 million rand for the independent electoral commission. For it alone, we have given 550 million rand for the law enforcement agencies to guarantee free and fair elections. Democracy thrives on continuous debate and a level of playing field for the contestation of ideas. Transparency is at the heart of political party funding. To make informed choices when voting, voters need to know who is behind the funding of political parties and what agendas they are pursuing. We must curtail opportunities for parties with questionable intentions to gain power. So, lost this bit. We must curtail opportunities for parties with questionable intentions. This requires a strong fiscal and responsible public finance management, shunning wastage, ensuring traceability of all money flows. What that means, political funding for political parties carries with it an obligation. I must repeat this. Political funding for political parties from the public purse carries with it obligations. What that means, there's going to be accountability, transparency for taxpayers. What that means, the notion that the Auditor General will have to change. The Auditor General must be able to audit for that accountability. Because everybody who gets public funds gets audited. Therefore, we can't excuse ourselves as political parties and say we must not be audited. At least that portion of public funds, you may get your own funds, and that portion, which is public funding, must be audited, and we must account for it. However, in the current environment, the performance of the economy and the lower revenue collection presents us with serious challenges which may hinder the implementation of a common funding pool for political contestants supported by the fiscals. Okay, let me emphasize this point. Where are we heading to? We're heading to an environment where political funding for political parties are fully funded. That's where we're going. But a realization of that goal will be a progressive realization because it's going to depend on how much we can, how much resources do we have to achieve that goal. But that's the goal. That's why I'm saying Gillian must understand this is a policy statement made by the minister. So we have got to realize that goal. I want to throw some just figures. Between 2011 2012 financial year and to date, we've given 3 billion rand to political parties. I'm not boasting you. If you check the numbers, much of that money came during my period. Over the next 3 years, we can change how many years was it from 2011, 2012 to 2025. We only gave 3 billion. Over the next 3 years, it's 1.1 billion. Potentially more. Let me say why. Potentially more. You know, I've learned something with bureaucrats when they want to do these things to you. If something is mentioned in the minister's budget speech, if you mention it, legally you can fund it under Section 30, subsection 2 of the PFMA in terms of the adjustment. So this matter of the political party funding, if you read the speech, is mentioned, which there's potentially, if revenues allow us, to further augment in preparation for the next year's elections. So that next year's elections, we're going to an election, we need to not want people to be complaining. So this gathering coincides with interesting challenges, the debate going on. The president has been taken to court on the increasing the 100,000 limit, on increasing the 15 million donation cap. I'm hoping that these matters will be resolved before the local government elections, because they are going to provide an indication for us how do we provide funding to political parties moving forward. The future success of these reforms and the Political Party Funding Act in particular also demands that political parties model the kind of financial responsibility and transparency that is envisaged in the legislative reforms. I can't repeat that. I said that comes with obligation. Now, as things stand, the IC is empowered to enforce the applicable requirements on parties, especially requirement that the HMRC present audited financial statement and reports on membership fees. I'm going to come back to this matter. We are amending a number of pieces of legislation which the PFMA, the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Public Procurement Act, we're amending all of these legislation to create an environment where the enforceability and obligations throughout the systems are implemented properly. At the local government level, the current state of instability and inconsistent service delivery highlights the critical need for a political funding regime that fosters stability, transparency, and participation. An opaque system creates fertile ground for undue influence and misallocation of public funds, directly impacting on citizens' lives and eroding trust in our democratic institutions. A robust, well-enforced framework ensures clear, legitimate sources of political power, empowering communities to hold representatives accountable and fostering a more equitable contestation of ideas. We therefore urge all political leaders to lead by example and encourage civic education about political donations, highlighting the shared responsibility of all stakeholders in promoting clean politics. As I'm about to conclude, I must say we have in South Africa is not a perfect system of electoral democracy. Our system has, like all other systems, have clear limitations. As things stand, political parties are not sufficiently funded, but they rely on private funding. It's my view, and I repeat, that political parties must be fully publicly funded. That's my view. Again, let me repeat, that view subject to progressive realization of this. But that raises a question. When you say a political party must be fully funded, what does that mean? What is the optimal level of funding? That's the question I want to leave. What is the optimal level of funding? And what is the criteria for that? should we fund you for you? We complain in departments are inefficient. Should we fund political parties for inefficiencies as well? So we've got to come into a rational number. What is that optimal figure? That's the first question I wanted to say I'm going to leave you with. Help us to conceptualize this thing. What do we mean by fully funding? And what is the optimal figure for that, and what criteria takes us to that number? A related question, my second question, my parting shot, is whether the IEC is the appropriate institution for maintaining oversight on political parties. Are we not putting the IEC in a position of a conflict? When I'm from the ANC, when they do it from us, we say they've been captured. When they do to another party, said Ramaphosa send them. When in fact we have not complied with the law. So that's my second question. My first one was, what is the optimum level of funding based on what criteria? I know there's a lot of inefficiency in some political parties which shall remain nameless. In some cases, it may be career limiting to go in detail. So let's agree that an optimal, there must be political funding, the party must agree what does that mean, and what criteria are we going to use to do that. The second thing, should we not keep the IEC away from a conflicting environment? If, as we indicated, some people have not submitted statement for over 3 years, I don't know whether my party is part of that. It's my staff who came up with this thing. It may well be that my party is part of those. I don't trust them as well. I can't count, but my staff came up with these figures. And I then said, surely, when the IEC is trying to follow these people, then it begins to tend its credibility as not a biased organization, because it's going to enter into a fight with these people. What are the institutional arrangements we can think of? I've got some ideas. So I'm leaving you with those two questions. We are having an interesting discussion, and it's a discussion. It's my first time venturing into this discussion. If I've offended any of you, you will bear with me and say, what do you expect from somebody who knows the only thing he knows is to organize people to strike? So forgive me for that. Even when I talk about budget, even as a Minister for Finance, that's why everybody else said, this one doesn't know what he's talking about. In earnest, the only thing I know is politics and strikes. Politics, I can talk politics. I can make political choices, not trade-offs. So, Julian, you've got a challenge. I've committed you in this meeting to a progressive realization, but they've got to give us some homework. And that homework is to achieve that progressive realization. What is the optimal number? Based on what? We've got 400 MPs. Are we going to say we're going to give you X amount for MP is an optimum? I don't know. You'll employ experts to help us on that, but we're committed to that. It's encouraging that so many of you have gathered here today to discuss, debate, find tangible solutions to the challenge to strengthen our democracy through a fair and transparent political process of party funding. It is in this spirit that we can develop solutions that will ultimately nurture, sustain our young democracy, and safeguard its integrity. A democracy, like any other, is always tested. I jokingly said to somebody, you know, this constitution, sometimes we develop it with Mandela in mind. It's so gentle and nice. The unfortunate thing, you're not likely to have a Mandela in push. If I can be a president tomorrow, you can see miracles. You can see miracles. I can probably develop executive codes as well. Who knows? Thank you very much.
We thank the Minister for the address. I believe, Minister, that you will be doing a press briefing, no? Yes? So we will excuse while there is a press briefing. But thank you. I think clearly there were very insightful comments made and indications made by our Minister. As we excuse him for this for the session. I think it's also important that we look at the. Oh, there's a lot of greeting going on now. We'll be moving on to the to session 7. Can I just have some order here on my left? Order, colleagues. So we'll be moving on to the next session, session 7. And I think some of the issues that were raised yesterday, as well as during the Minister's address, will be taken aboard by our presenters, and obviously will follow through on the discussion that will follow on from that. I think critically one of the things that the Minister raised was the issue of public funding. Sorry, can we just settle down, please? Was public funding, and the fact that if a political party is performing a public function using public funds, to what extent do they then fall within the ambit of the AG, just for that particular not for all their funding, but specifically on the public funding. But some interesting questions. I'm going to now ask on our presenters to please step up to the podium. Professor Kotze and Dr. Matlosa. Can you please just step up to the podium, please? So this session 7 will then critically examine the foundations of our political funding from multiple perspectives. We will explore looking at the funding models, whether it's public, private, and hybrid. And also importantly, just as we underscore the importance of funding and the need for funding in the modern political discourse and campaigning, we also then have to look at what are some of the negatives that flow from that, being undue influence, corruption, lack of transparency, and the disparities of political access when we talk about leveling of the playing field. So I'm going to first call on Professor Dirk Kotze from the Department of Political Studies at the University of South Africa. Thank you, Prof.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think after the minister's speech, this is now a tall order to continue with this discussion. Is, on the one hand, very entertaining, controversial, making announcements all at the same time. Then we come, and then we come and we can't do anything of that. You know, so let's try to see what we can do. I'm an academic, and my colleague has been at the AU, so he has some influence. We don't have that much. But the topic that I have to talk about is, as it is in the program, and I was told by the IEC to do this, so it's not my choice. So it's about strengthening of democratic governance through robust, transparent and equitable political funding. I think the first point is I think, take something for granted, and that is there indeed a correlation between the quality of democracy and the funding of political parties? Does it matter whether a party has more or less money in terms of the quality of democracy that they will give to or contribute to the political system in South Africa specifically? So if that is correct, then we should say that the assumption is that the more funded political parties are, the more democratic they will be. Or the more democratic the whole system will be, if there's more funding. Is that correct? Is that an assumption that we must work with? So I think the first question is, why do parties need money? And I think all organizations, that's what you can see here, depend on human resources, financial resources, infrastructure resources, like offices, ICT, transport, admin staff, and so forth. That's a given. We all know about that. And that the same applies to political parties. So the infrastructure, the way to operate, depends on this, and they cost money. You know? So they have cost implications. Now, then the question is, but who's responsible for it? Is it the parties or the public or the state? Now, we've heard that I think the IEC assumes that parties are public institutions. Then the automatic correlation in terms of the argument will be, well, then the public is responsible for political parties. I would differ slightly on that. I would say political parties are private and public institutions. Because there's, for example, a choice for each and every person whether you want to be part of that party or not. If it's a public institution, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice whether you are subject to the authority of Parliament, of the executive, of the legislature, the Metro Police, the South African Police, and so on. All public institutions. We don't have a choice. It's part of the state structure. But we do have a choice whether you want to be associated with a particular political party or not. And that makes it, I think, a private component, a private dimension to this. Now, what's the traditional income revenue sources of political parties? It's membership fees, donations by members, external private donations, return on investments. Many parties, even trade unions nowadays, have investment arms that they are using. Donations in kind. We haven't talked yet at this event about the issue of not donations in the form of money, but donations in form of kind, of services, of facilities, of transport, all sorts of things. And more lately now it is about public funding as another form of traditional funding for political parties. So what is the relationship between political parties and their members? I think first of all, we assume that all political parties are more or less the same. It's not true. One can have political parties, for example, that are very closely aligned to churches. In this province, as I understand it, there are some good examples of that. In other places also. So it means that membership of a church starts to overlap with membership of a political party, and with that resources and all sorts of things. So it's a different type of political party that exists. Some political parties I would call consortium political parties. The governing party in Turkey, the old Turkey, is an example of that. Even, although it's not a political party, the solidarity movement that we have now in South Africa consists of 18 organizations within that movement. From a trade union to a civil society organization, to even investment companies and insurance companies and news companies. All of them are part of that movement. And some political parties are moving in that direction. So it is a sort of almost a family setup. And where you can have, therefore, different forms of income, of revenue, from within that group. It's not coming from outside, from the public in general. Then we can have what I would call entrepreneurial parties. The Republican Party at the moment is run by business people to a large extent. Trump, Elon Musk, and others. Earlier on, the Italian party of Berlusconi. Business people become more and more involved in politics. And they spend their own money. They have their internal sources that they use in order to fund a big part of it. And then populist parties like in Hungary, in Turkey, in India. Prime Minister Modi is very much a populist party and with Hindu radical nationalism. And that creates its own form of resources for that political party. So it's all about what is the nature of the political party. In South Africa, all political parties are not identical. So it also depends on the nature of that party, of what are the type of resources that are necessary, and what can be generated from inside and what should become from outside. Now, the question about membership and internal democracy, because that's the next step of the argument. If we talk about the overarching topic about democracy and how parties can contribute to democracy, it starts within the party. It starts with the internal democracy within the party. Are there democratic practices within that party? And the more it is structured in order to accommodate that, the more, and the logic is that internal democracy spills over into broader democracy. So if you have in a party that is focused on membership, and that the members is the main focus, then it means you must have procedures, you must have branches, must have branch offices, you must have local organizers, you must have proper internal communication from the head office and the provinces down to the bottom. You must have branch meetings. You must have recruitment and you must have fundraising. That's all associated with the notion that the members are still the core of the party. And if you do this properly, then it means, together with your conferences, then it means that that party has a good internal democratic practices. A party cannot claim to promote democracy if they are not themselves democratic. That's a tall order. And we have parties that are not so democratic themselves, but they talk a lot about democracy in general, So I think where we are today here, I have an idea of what you are thinking, on who you are having in mind. So the idea of internal democracy, I would say, is therefore one of the important focuses when we look at this broader topic that we're discussing these 2 days about funding. And that is the absolute point of departure. And our parties themselves are therefore conducting their own business. Now, the general conclusion, I would say, in terms of what I'm talking about now, is that the more internal democracy there is, the more there is the accommodation of members and of candidates, the more transparent the decision-making processes will be in the party, and more democracy in elections will be possible. So it's that correlation that I think that we should look at. Now, democracy, as you will see on the screen, does not depend only on party resources. It also depends on how parties look at other parties. Take, for example, in Parliament, when there's the different institutions about, let's say, about declaration of interest, about the checks and balances within parties. That's a very important component of political parties function in order to secure or to guarantee, ultimately, democracy. So parties are supposed to report on ethical conduct, violations of election rules, use of the internal IEC procedures, the party liaison committees, and the electoral court. These are all components over and above those that I've talked about. So what is, as mentioned here on the screen, what is therefore autocratic behavior or autocratic situation, which is the counter for having democracy? Keeping obviously now specifically the funding component in mind. First of all, and it's not a package, it's either or, that the playing field for political parties are not level enough, then it's autocratic. It has funding implications or resource implications. Secondly, the role of voters in nominations and campaigns is reduced. So it becomes a party of elites. They take decisions. It's not the membership, it's not the party per se. Then it's not anymore internally democratic. When the internal democratic democracy is compromised, when a party is dominated by an elite. Now, elites tend to be developed in most political parties. It's normal. But there must be checks and balances on that. The moment a party becomes too much top-heavy, too much top-dominated, it becomes problematic. Internal flow of communication is limited. Information is not shared. Then it becomes problematic because access to communication is equal to democracy. And that internal voting and election, or voting and election results are manipulated, both internally as well as in the broader context. And we know very much, and the IEC and all of you are here are very much aware of that. And lastly, when donors manipulate or influence candidate nominations and party policy platforms. I think this is the issue behind a lot of the discussion that we have seen up to now. Now, how does more or selective availability of resources influence the democratic outcome? So I want to present sort of two options, when parties have more and when parties have less. What is the possible effect of that? When parties have more resources, it means, first of all, that internal democratic procedures can be implemented, I would say, better in inverted commas. It has more resources, it can do it easily, it's more accessible, and so on. At the same time, if a party has more resources, it means it enhances the influence of donors and reduces the influence of individual members. I guess you start to see the direction in which I'm thinking about what is the role of members, ordinary supporters and members of political parties. How do they relate to the notion of being democratic versus donors, who in some people's concept becomes actually an alternative for members. And I think that's the risk for many people when they look at this, is that it is very difficult to accommodate both, because it's about who has the most influence, the most say in the direction in which political parties are going. And I think this is the reservation that many people have about external funding, is that it is an alternative for internal arrangements in political parties about how to make it still necessary and important that members are basically the main focus of political parties, and that members then take the responsibility to resource those parties. And I think the one aspect which we have to, as South Africans and people in other parts of the world also have to be very careful about, is that we start to assume or even encourage members to be passive, instead of being the main driving forces of political parties. That it becomes political parties consisting of leadership groups who have the money available to do what they want to do, and the members and the supporters are there just for the sake of having support. Well, in terms of the democratic sort of tradition and theory that I'm using, the main focus is on the members, and should be dependent on what the members want, and the members have certain responsibilities towards the party. I'm not talking about the elected leadership, I'm talking about the ordinary members. And I think in South Africa we are losing that. Now, our political parties are becoming groups of leadership collectives, and then members are there because you must have members, otherwise you are not a political party. There's a rule of thumb that I'm using when it comes to elections. How many of the number of votes that the political party receive comes from their members, and how many just from ordinary supporters? Only about 10% of parties' support votes in an election actually come from their members. Whether it's the ANC, whether it's the DA, whether it's the Freedom Front Plus, whether, I don't know about the EFF, but that's more or less what the situation is. The majority of people who support parties are not members. And is that not a problem? In terms of what we are talking about, this idea of funding, of resourcing political parties, that people don't want to make a commitment to parties because they are not treated as necessarily so important. I'm sorry if I'm slightly treading on toes, but that's how I understand from my point of view. Now, if they have more funds, they have also, campaigning is more possible. They can have more expensive forms of campaigning and expansive, bigger forms of campaigning. Now, if you have less, and this is the challenge for smaller parties who complain that they don't have necessarily enough resources, is that parties like that normally depends much more on volunteers. Now, a volunteer is becoming also a scarce concept in South Africa. It's very few people who are willing to volunteer without being paid to participate in elections or for political parties. But that's what has to return. Not so many years ago, a lot of activity, a lot of what has been done by political parties were actually done by volunteers. The backbone of most political parties, to a large extent, were volunteers. If you don't have money and you want to campaign, how do you do it? Face to face. You go from area to area and try to meet people instead of big rallies, which are very expensive. If you really look at what happens at elections in South Africa, that's more or less still what happens. You have your big rallies, but for most of the time of an election campaign, it's face to face. And it is, I think, symptomatic of the fact that otherwise it becomes exceptionally expensive. If you have less resources, then you are more dependent on support donations, donations from within, from supporters, not from big business or from organizations or foundations or so on, but from within. If you look at, for example, the US tradition, that's where their money comes from for most of their campaigns. It's from within, small donations. Selling of merchandise, party merchandise. You know, you want to have actually free T-shirts, but in many instances, they are selling it. It's a form of income. Not millions, but it is a form of income. What I think what we should take into account also is the changing nature of what is available for campaigning. Digital online campaigning, social media has become something very much in our face. It costs less. Initially, maybe you need to make an investment, but overall it costs less. So there's no excuse for political parties if they start to use that to say, but we don't have the resources to campaign anymore, because it becomes actually one of the more effective ways of campaigning. Now, democratic objectives is a level playing field during elections. How does that happen? It's, for me, the issue about how to democratize or how to sustain democracy in the context of South Africa, but also more generally speaking, is that, as I've mentioned earlier on, that is that of as level as possible the playing field should be. So that means, and this is, I'm not talking about the ANC here, I'm talking in general, is that the incumbent governing party should not have a disproportionate advantage. And it comes to our funding model, that specifically the proportional component of it. Because the proportional component says that you are rewarded for what you achieved actually in the previous election, not now. So it's actually 5 years late. You are rewarded for what you've achieved 5 years ago. And that gives you funding for now. Is that the way in which it should be happen? Is that a level playing field? We can debate it. It should, incumbent governing parties, by implication, have an advantage. There's no question about it, except if they have made a mess of their 5 years. Then it counts against them. But otherwise, they do have an advantage because they can present to the electorate their record of achievements, their government record, which the other opposition parties cannot do. So they do have an advantage. And if you now, on top of that, give them a financial advantage, then the leveling playing field is maybe not so level anymore. The problem is with new parties, and now also independent candidates, because they don't have this track record. Now, is that not, in essence, problematic for the notion of that there must be a level playing field? It makes it difficult. So new parties, by implication, and I guess those who are not yet represented, are all in the same position. And that is that in terms of a level playing field, it makes it difficult. What I would say in terms of a level playing field is that parties' dependence on donors should be limited. The status, again, I'll come back to my main point, is the status of voters and members and supporters should be protected. I'm not saying that external donations is a threat to political parties and their internal functioning. But I'm talking about the type of a balance in which the balance should still be in favor of the members and the internal structures of the party. So what are the range of options, which are to a large extent keeping South Africa in mind? The first option is only private funding with high thresholds and no public funding. So it means that what we talk about, 15 million, 30 million, and so on, is then sort of one of the options. The second option is private donations with low thresholds, less than 15 million. In order to emphasize the fact that political parties should not become dependent on external funding. The third option is that there should be a total maximum threshold for all parties about what they can spend in elections. Now, that's not a new concept. It has been used at certain different places, which means that you can have income whatever you like, but you can only have a certain amount of money that the party can spend in a part, because that automatically is an equalizer. So it doesn't depend on whether you have connections, whether you have donors, whether you have income internally. It says the playing field is level in terms of what you can do for a specific campaign or what you are allowed to do. It depends now on how innovative you are as a political party to use it as best as possible. Then the next option is what we have at the moment, is a hybrid private-public funding one. And then something, I had a discussion this morning with someone who suggested something that it's not there and I didn't think about, and that is, and it is controversial, but it's not something one must immediately discard, and that is private funding or donations for the IEC. To say you don't fund parties, but you fund those public institutions who are responsible for elections. It's something to be digested, but it is something which I think is quite important. I have now less than 5 minutes, so I'm going to skip some of it. Some of the possible reforms for more sustainable and accountable political funding. I was surprised by the minister. I don't know about you. I expected exactly the opposite. Of saying we don't have the money. The fiscus is under pressure. We cannot give more. And what he did is now exactly the opposite. So, because I was thinking, given that the option of more public funding is therefore not really anymore an option. But we will have to see, but he made this morning, in terms of what he said, actually a commitment. The next option, I think, in terms of possible reforms, is to, instead of increase, which is in the pipeline, to reduce the top threshold of 15 million. Which means that it will enhance the role of smaller donors, of increase in the prominence in political parties, and will force political parties to do more fundraising themselves. Now, what I'm driving at is to say political parties must take more responsibility themselves. Because the option of external funding has become a very attractive one, it becomes that the risk is you become more dependent on it as a political party. that it creates a relationship of dependence, and none of you want to be there. But that's the natural consequence of that. You know? Something that we haven't talked about yet is the problem of fronting. It's not you as a political party who reports to the IEC and the IEC to Parliament, but you have investment companies, you have trusts, you have all sorts of other things. That's effectively receiving money, but you don't have to declare them. Or you have a technical way in which you can avoid declaring them. That's something that I think personally should receive more attention. Foreign funding. You know, I was involved in the initial process for the first act. And in Parliament, I was part of the public hearings there. And we spoke about foreign funding. And because in the first bill, it was already more or less what we have now in the Act. The one loophole, and I mentioned it there, is funding by external foreign political parties, not governments, not organizations, trusts, whatever, foundations, but parties. To South African parties, direct funding between parties. When I mentioned it, no, we are not interested in that as an option. So I think this is something which one has to think about also. Finally, to conclude is that I think the external funding, private or public, has the potential to reduce the motivation of political parties to recruit members, as I've tried to indicate. But it also introduced the need for internal democracy, because if you rely more on external sources, the focus immediately moves away from, in the first instance, of members and how the role that members should play in political parties. And it increased the possibility of a relationship of dependence. And in conclusion, I think what we've seen yesterday and maybe today still and so on is a bit of a predicament for the IEC. And that is that the act that they must implement, the mandate that they've received, comes from Parliament. Political parties are Parliament. So the political parties are now determining their own rules. Is that the players are determining, who are playing a soccer game, they determine what the rules of the game is and not the referee who must apply it. And I think this is the complication that we are sitting with. It says you as the political parties has the last say on all of this. You can determine what is in and out of legislation. The IEC must simply implement it. But then a lot of the focus is, and the criticism sometimes is, on the IEC of how to implement that. And I think, therefore, the IEC, in a sense, is caught between a rock and a hard place in this particular situation. And that is, I think, one aspect that one will have to look at also is, and that is the theme that has come out, which I myself included in the preparation, about to what extent the IEC is the most appropriate institution, Chapter 9 institution, in order to manage this legislation of funding, has become now a real theme of this event. And I think it's very appropriate that we do that, because over and above the complications about the enforcement of the Act, the Funding Act, and the shortcomings that exist, automatically spills over into saying, but the IEC doesn't do its work. So it is, in a sense, negative. On top of the fact that the IEC is, in the first instance, an electoral management body, which manages elections. And if they have to implement, let's say, penalizations for political parties because they don't comply with the reporting on funding, it complicates the relationship when it comes to elections. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to Prof. Kotze. Again, very pertinent questions that are raised and for which solutions have to be found. Our next speaker is Professor Gabele Matlosa, visiting professor at the University of Johannesburg. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, moderator. And let me thank my fellow panelists for the insights he has shared. He has made my job easy because some of the issues that he has raised feature in my presentation, so I'm going to skip those to save on our time. But I'm in a predicament. I'm going to do a PowerPoint presentation. Now, there's something I want to call PowerPoint presentation dilemma. PowerPoint presentation dilemma. It gives you two risks when you do a presentation. The first risk is that, yes, you have a presentation. It has the power. It is powerful, but it doesn't have a point. So you end up with a pointless presentation. That's the first risk. The second risk is that, yes, there's a point to the presentation, but it's not powerful enough. So I'm in between. I'm in the middle of those two risks. Be that as it may, I want to just show you the kind of issues I'm going to raise in my presentation in the time allocated to respect the chair. Oh, yes. Sorry. Wait. There's no power. Yes, so it has power. So there it is. This is what I'm going to take us through. And I'm also mindful that along these issues, the normative framework, political finance regimes, political finance reforms, those are the three main issues we're going to go through. I'm mindful that since yesterday, some of the issues have already been canvassed, so I'm not going to waste our time on those. So let's begin. This slide, I'm not really going to waste your time on it. Since yesterday, all of this has been said. And my fellow panelist, Prof. Kotze, has also reinforced this. So I'm not going to go through this slide. So just for you to refresh our minds, what we have said since yesterday and this morning. I want to start from this one, this slide here. I think it is important for us to also define what is party finance or political finance, because then that gives us an understanding of what it is we're talking about. We shouldn't assume that we understand or we know what it is. It's about flows, resource flows, to simplify it. It's resource flows to parties and candidates or from parties and candidates. Right? So that's what it is, basically, in simple terms. So it includes both formal and informal resource flows. So that's party financing or political finance. But I think it's important for us to also appreciate, and this has been said, but let me just repeat it, that when it comes to party financing, we need to have two concepts at hand. A curse or a cure. A curse or a cure. That is, political finance can be a cure for democracy. It can advance democratization. Pretty much the same way that it can be a curse, that it can undermine democracy or corrode democracy, as it has been said earlier on. So I think it's important, therefore, to have that in mind. And having said this, then the complexity of financing, I think it was raised yesterday, I think it was by William Baird, that the complexity that comes with digitization is an issue that we should bear in mind. Social media, digitization, transnational crimes. This we should bear in mind. And then yesterday, a concept was introduced by one of the presenters of plutocracy. Plutocracy. That is rule by the wealthy. So we have to be mindful of that as a risk in party financing, plutocracy. Rule by the wealthy. So because that can also undermine democracy, which is ruled by the people. Ruled by the wealthy. But let's bring another concept here. Kleptocracy. Yes, kleptocracy. Now, ruled by the corrupt. So you see, this is a minefield. It is a minefield. We want to preserve democracy. We want to preserve democracy, but we run the risk of plutocracy. We also run the risk of kleptocracy. So we have to. So it's a minefield that we need to tread very gingerly around. So that's basically by way of context, moderator. Now let's get to the next issue for our discussion. And I'm not going to belabor the point here. It's about normative frameworks. Normative frameworks on party finance and finance regulation. And we have at the global level, we have the UN 2004 UN Convention Against Corruption. It's very clear in terms of preventing political corruption. Article 7.3. That's at global level. At the continental level, the African Union has two instruments. The first is the 2003 African Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. It is very clear on this in prohibiting use of funds from illegal or corrupt practices by political parties. 2007 African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, it's clear also on this, much as it provides for parties to be, for states, member states of the union to provide resources for parties, it also requires accountability for those from parties. Let's come to the regional level now. Global, continental, regional. SADC, Southern Africa, which is our region. In our region, we have the 2001 SADC PF norms and standards for elections. That is SADC Parliamentary Forum norms and standards for elections in the SADC region that provides that parties should be provided with public funding and be accountable in the use thereof. It's very clear. Article 6. Then we have SADC itself. SADC 2015 SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. The same kind of message there, that parties should be provided with funding, but it must be in a transparent manner and based on agreed thresholds. And are we there? I hope I didn't miss my. There's something. What is it?
I'll give you a couple of minutes.
The moderator has just whispered to me that he will give me an extra 30 minutes because of the disruption. So we're at the regional level. So we started from global, continental, now we're at the regional level in terms of normative framework. Now we have also the 2003 ESA ECF Principles for Elections Management, Monitoring and Observation, PEMO, in the SADC region. That is very clear that the use of public assets and funds for political purposes should be regulated. It's very clear. And that parties should be held accountable to EMBs, election management bodies, for the use of those funds. Then we have SADC Model Law on Elections, 2018. I think the author of that model law is with us here. The name will be withheld of the author. Provides that Parliament shall enact a law to make provisions for financing of parties and candidates with clear rules and procedures to ensure level playing field. All these are clear. So from the global to the continental to regional, we have normative frameworks that are clear to combat political corruption. To combat political corruption. It's very clear. And these are also complemented, by the way, by national level laws and regulations at the national level. At the national level. Now, let's then pack the normative framework. Let's get down to the real issue now at hand. Now, I was tasked to come and share with the forum here regional dynamics. In other words, Southern Africa, SADC region. Our colleague from International IDEA shared the global perspectives, and another colleague shared with us from University of North Carolina, I think yesterday, cases of Tanzania and Uganda. Now I'm going to share with you what is emerging from the Southern African region, the SADC region. Now, in terms of finance regimes, political finance regimes, I'm going to propose that there are four regime types of party funding that we need to be mindful of. And I'm going to, for this particular purpose for now, I'm going to suggest what is the risk that each of those regimes is trying to address. What is the mischief that we are trying to resolve here? The first is private donations. So we need to regulate private donations in order to ensure that parties are not captured by private interests. And that parties, because once a party is captured by private interests, then you run the risk of the state, in case that party then controls the state, you run the risk of the state itself being captured. That's the risk number one that we're trying to avoid through private donations. Public funding. We want to regulate public funding also, because you also want to address the issue of possible abuse of state resources. That's the risk that we want to address. Expenditure limits. We regulate expenditure limits in order to level the playing field. And finally, reporting, disclosure, and oversight mechanisms is to ensure accountability, transparency, and the right to know. That's basically the whole idea about regulating those kind of regimes, those party finance regimes. Now, let's look at the picture, how the picture looks like in the SADC region. I did not take all the member states of SADC because of the time and space that is available. What I did, moderator, was to select only those SADC countries that conducted elections last year, 2024. That is just our sample here, just to have a flavor. Now, when we then look at this, and then using those four party funding regimes, a very interesting picture emerges. I've picked Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa. And this data, I got it from International Idea Database on party finance. It's accessible easily to all of us online. Now, what you see then is this. Botswana does not have limits on party funding, but only on anonymous donations. That's all. That's all. It doesn't have public funding. In terms of spending, of course, the spending limit is 50,000 pula. And in terms of oversight, there's no oversight body as such, but parties are expected to report expenses 90 days after elections. Comoros, no limits, no party funding, only ban on vote buying, no oversight mechanism. Madagascar, there's ban on donations from foreign interests, there's party funding, public funding, there's ban on vote buying, but there's no oversight. Oh, there is an oversight. So Madagascar is relatively advanced in terms of the mechanisms compared to Botswana and Comoros. Mauritius is more or less like Botswana. No limits, no party funding. The ban on vote buying, of course, the limit is there in terms with rupees, 100,000 to 250,000. Yes, there is a mechanism for oversight. So Botswana, Mauritius, much less is better than Botswana, but it's not too much advanced in terms of regulatory framework. Mozambique looks fairly advanced. There are limits. There's public funding. There's ban on vote buying. There's 60 days after results for reporting by parties. So Mozambique is fairly advanced, like Madagascar. The same as Namibia. Although there are no limits, Namibia has public funding. It has a ban on vote buying. It has an oversight mechanism for parties that have been provided with party funding. The same as South Africa. So from these countries that we have listed there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, the ones that we can, on the basis of the data that is available, say the regulatory framework, the regimes that are well governed, is actually 4, basically: Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa. That's what we have in terms of the data that's available to us. So that's the regional landscape. Now let's go to the reforms to touch on what my fellow panelist has already introduced. The issue of reforms. The political finance, I think we said this yesterday, that there's no one size fits all. There's no perfect model, there's no imperfect model. There's need for continuous reform of the party funding regimes that we have in our region to ensure that the playing field is level and that public resources that are used for a good cause to advance democracy, not to undermine democracy, and inadvertently promoting plutocracy or kleptocracy. So we are focused on preserving democracy as it is. Now, we have seen instances where private funding in particular, private funding, has been used towards ruling parties in particular, to support ruling parties in particular, with those investors or the owners of those funds expecting something in return. Yes, tenders. Yes, so we have to be mindful about that. We have to be very careful with that, because that's still part of capture. You capture the party first, and then we're going to capture the state. We have a very interesting case from Lesotho. And by the way, now this becomes even more complex under conditions of coalition politics. Under conditions of coalition politics. So a lot of investors then hedge their bets by funding different parties. Yes, because those parties may have a chance to be in a coalition government, and therefore, in that regard, then we have influence. We had a very interesting case in Lesotho, my own country, of a Chinese businessman called Yang Tui. His common name, actually, he was known as John. If that say John, Mr. John, people knew who we were talking about, Mr. John. I think they took his first name to be John, Yang Tui to be John. So John, so we started coalition parties, coalition governance in 2012. Since that time, John would fund almost all the parties, at least the major ones. At least the major ones. That would have a chance to be part of a coalition government. He would do that. Until very recently, when that was considered as political corruption, and then the Directorate for Anti-Corruption Directorate then started chasing him. And then he fled the country. He fled the country before anything could be done. So I think the political system is also very important for party funding. Under coalition politics, it becomes more complex. So we need to be mindful of that. The other issue that I want to bring, I think, on this slide is that in terms of reforms, we need to make sure that all key stakeholders play their rightful roles. It is not only the parties that play a role here. It's parties, all those institutions that the minister referred to, they also play a key role. The parties, civil society, media, IEC, the EMB, they all play a critical role. Not just, so the whole issue should not be left to political parties or parliament alone. So that's the most important issue I wanted to sound. But on the reform, we are saying, or my submission is this, that the rationale for the reforms is simply this. We want to prevent abuse and buying of influence in parties. We want to level the playing field of competition between parties. We want to empower citizens and voters. We want to strengthen and develop political parties. And my colleague Dirk spoke a lot about internal party, intra-party democracy. That's the whole idea. So we want to strengthen that. So what are the possible strategies in reforming party finance? There are three main options that we have. Some of these have been ventilated already since yesterday. The autonomy option, that is self-regulation. Thanks, Chair. That's the autonomy option, self-regulation. So you're saying we want to leave parties to be autonomous, to regulate themselves. Is that adequate? I don't think so. I don't think so. The second is transparency option, disclosures. Well, that makes sense, but on its own, maybe not. Advocacy option, institutional enforcement. It was an issue that was really raised forcefully yesterday by almost all the presenters on enforcement, institutional enforcement. because all the three are important, I think the best option is to go for the fourth, which is diversified regulation option. That then allows us to include all the three into a holistic approach, into a holistic regime. Since we have said there's no perfect model, we are suggesting that the diversified regulation model may prove more useful for SADC countries, including South Africa, provided the following 7 principles are adhered to. There they are: disclosure, transparency, accountability, oversight, clear limits of funding, incentives, and sanctions. And sanctions are very important because sanctions will determine whether or not there is enforcement and there's adherence to what are the rules. I'm going to move to a conclusion. In my own view, I think it is important that member states of SADC, including South Africa, institutionalize and or reform political finance systems. And as I said, I'm repeating myself here, in that process, various stakeholders must play their rightful roles in putting in place and implementing such reforms. And I'm tempted to get to the question that the minister raised. I'm not going to answer the first one, but I want to attempt the second one. While speaking about stakeholders, the minister posed a question to us. And I think we touched on this in passing yesterday. The minister said, is the IEC the appropriate institutional mechanism to manage funding to political parties? He said he has his own ideas. He didn't share with us, but he said he's leaving this question with us. I want to repeat basically what I said yesterday. That, and I think the panel, the afternoon panel with the former minister and our colleague from Mexico did hint to this, that the IEC, much as it is the one being tasked with this complex assignment, maybe, for me, I'm just putting my own thought on this issue. In the short to medium term perspective, let the IEC continue, but not on its own. Let the IEC collaborate effectively with other institutions that are already in existence, the Auditor General, the Public Protector, and other institutions that may also lend a hand if you need the hawks, whatever the case may be. So be it. But those that exist, the IEC should not be doing this alone to insulate it from possible political backlash. Because the IEC's core mandate is to manage elections. That's why we call it an electoral management body. It is not called a political party management body. It is an electoral management body. So let it focus on its core mandate and do this as a secondary task supported by other institutions. But in the long term, here's my controversial proposal. In the long term, an alternative institution has to be established to do this in the long term, to manage political parties, all the way from registration to deregistration to party funding, all that. And we made examples. I don't know how effective they are, but we have colleagues from East Africa here. We made examples of Kenya and Tanzania, who have what is called political registrar of political parties, office of the registrar of political parties. So we can learn lessons. Let's see how these things are working in those jurisdictions and whether they can apply to our situation here in South Africa and adapt accordingly. Finally, reforms should cover, for the reforms to be comprehensive enough, they should cover the 4 domains or regimes of political finance, namely private donations, public funding, expenditure limits, reporting, disclosure, and oversight mechanisms. With that, Chair, I would like to thank you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and I think for these insightful presentations. And I think the questions have been framed appropriately as well by our presenters in terms of what are the focus areas. Typically, for example, and it was raised previously as well, who sets the rules around these? Is it left to the players in Parliament, or is it somebody else? Is the IEC the institution to deal with this, including registration of parties? I mean, IEC has been doing registration of parties since forever. Why now? So is that how we should go about it, given the extent of what the role of money and politics is becoming? Maybe that is something that needs to be further investigated as well. So thank you very much for that. We will now have a question and answer session, and the emphasis is on question and answer, not statements. So can I please ask your forbearance here and cooperation when we ask questions, that you are succinct as possible, and that we then give, because if you are succinct, then the presenters have an opportunity to respond adequately as well. So yes, I'm going to now open for questions, and I'm going to start on my right, my extreme right, the first sort of a column down there. If I can see any on my extreme right, there's nobody there. Oh, okay, right at the back.
Yeah, thank you for interesting comments. I'd like to ask a question, and that is, we've got 4 years of experience now. Has anybody or any organization analyzed any connection between private and public funding and election performance? Because that sort of might give us an indication of the influence of funding and electoral performance. And secondly, are there any evidence or research done on private and public funding and related corruption? Because that's been a topic that they might lead to corruption. Are there any research in that regard that we know of?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm done with that row, right? I'm coming on to the center right, and we'll start here in front.
You want to go first?
You? No, thanks, and thanks to the two professors. No, I've got, I think for Professor Kutsi, I just have two questions, in fact. The first one relates to the assertion he has made that giving more money.
Let's identify yourself.
Oh, okay. Mtumiseni Ntuli from the African National Congress. So the first question relates to the assertion that he has made that giving more money to parties that are in government or the governing party may be unfair or may not demonstrate what do they call a playing level field. Now the question I want to pose in that regard
is that not a suggestion suggesting that parties that win elections then become victims of their own success?
Okay.
That's the first question. The second question is the point that he made, also Professor Kutsi, about political parties taking more responsibility to raise money for themselves. And now, we live in South Africa, and we're South Africans. We all know who has money and who does not have money in South Africa. That money in South Africa is also according to skin color. What suggestion, how do we see the prospect of black organizations when they are expected to raise money from the private donors, when we know who controls the purse in our country in terms of the economy?
Okay.
How do you see the success of this organization?
Okay.
And we want to gravitate towards a position where only those who are from a particular background, racial background to be specific, will survive without a political funding. The last question for Professor Matlosa has to do with the business funding. I mean, he also made the point that that example of John, our friend from China. Yes. I mean, you are making a point, Prof, that he was chased away or he ran away from Lesotho, but the overall question that I want to raise, what in your own view is a disadvantage of having one business company funding more than one political party, as opposed to a scenario where a company decides to fund only one political party, which in my view may suggest that that business company is not funding democracy, but has taken an ideological position that I'm only going to fund these ones, I'll never fund anybody else, as opposed to them intervening two different political parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to, BT, I'm going to skip you because you're together there. I'll come back to you. Can I just go down that column, please? At the back there, yes. On the edge, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. This is Wally Davis from Al Jamaa. So yesterday they spoke about political party funding. They spoke about to make sure that the funding is fair to all the political parties. So, and we had some good research as well. So my question is, I didn't see in the research anything of tax incentives, because as you know, the funding comes from those who have good resources, money, and that is the people and institutions that will fund political parties. So I'm not too sure if the professors will be able to answer this, but I didn't see anything where they show anything of where political parties can be, where it can be a tax incentive for those who donate. Like example, when government wants to incentivize certain areas, they create a special economic zone with some tax incentives and grants, and maybe create that incentive for political party or donors to donate into the multi-party democracy fund. Another example is when people donate to NGOs, you get those that's registered for Section 18, where it's a tax deduction, and that is not currently with the political parties, and that could be maybe incentive to donate to the multi-party democracy fund instead of the parties, which will probably enhance democracy.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just as a sort of slight rule, what I'm doing is that we only allow, if there's two representatives from my political party, one at a time, so that we can spread, and I can always come back, if that's okay with you, please. Are you also from Al Jamaa? So we'll come back. Then going to the back there, yes, no?
Hi, I'm Steve Murphy from the Democratic Alliance. I just wanted to just sort of give some practical updates. I'm the CFO of the DA, and I just wanted to give some practical feedback in terms of the actual implementation of the Act. So for me, there are varying complexities in terms of actually complying with the Act. When it comes to sort of large donations, it's actually relatively simple. You basically got sort of large donors and you can get sort of the detail that's required. The Prof did bring up in terms of donations in kind, and I think he brought up a very important point, is my feeling is that if you don't have extremely good systems to pick up donations in kind, that in fact they do not get picked up and they become like cash. So they basically become like an invisible part. They're not on your balance sheet, they're not on your income statement, and they're a parallel part of funding of political parties. And I think that it is, in terms of the differential that you're seeing, I think a large part of that is donations in kind. Our friend in Mexico basically sort of had the thing which I think is the only practical way of doing it, and that actually is direct observation, where they went out to specific places and observed. And I think that is, you know, I mean, it's a very complex thing to pick up in terms of donations in kind.
Okay.
But what I did want to put back and put a suggestion through is actually in terms of the very small donations. So basically those are donations which are, let's say, 100 Rand and less. So no matter how good your systems are and no matter what you do, you're going to get a range of donors who are basically going to do direct EFTs, et cetera, and they're going to put very useful things like donation or Save South Africa or whatever it is. And it is, I've actually got a number of people who their task is what we call the unallocated donations. They've now got to go through and basically pick up these ones where there's no easy definition in terms of who this donor is. They've then got to reach out to the banks. The banks will basically say they've got PIA acts, et cetera, so they're very reluctant to basically give information. And I just find that for these small donations, it is an inordinate amount of time that you're spending trying to find out who these people are. So what I would like to do is to say, I mean, for me, the risks are very, very small in terms of these smaller donations. And what I'd request is that for donations under a certain amount, that basically there is, there is a much reduced requirement in terms of information that is required.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come down to this row, and this will be my first round, and then we'll come to you in the next round, because I've got about 10 questions already. Okay, start in front here.
Thank you. I think I will just ask Prof. Khabela 2 points in terms of your strategies and moving forward and the best practice, as you have mentioned, in terms of the regional practices. I was looking at when you were raising the issue of how Parliament must try to regulate also the private funding, but can't we expand it to both national and foreign? Because we have spoken about foreign interference, and I think yesterday we were trying to show all those pointers, because that goes to the root cause of corruption, what you call plutocracy, that we have been raising. And on the issues around the oversight, I think the oversight and the foresight, again, I'm looking at the last question now on the national budget, that when you look at the budget also, the capacity of oversight, I was doubtful of SCOPA, to say if you have to think of SCOPA committee, are you leaving Home Affairs out? Are you leaving Treasury out? Because at SCOPA also, that's where people have to account for the finances of the state. But I'm also looking at, to say, even if we work with Parliament, where do we put the question that Vali raised yesterday? Because I think that has been resonating, the issue of local government also. How do we regulate or how do we reform at the local government level? More so we are going for the elections next year. We might not do it now, but you look at the coming electoral cycle, how do you manage local government? I think those are my three points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question in this row, and then we're going to give the presenters opportunity to respond. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson Chair. My name is Hassan Simon Stole from the said political party. So I wanted to say the issue of party funding is very much complex, and it seems like turning the IEC into a debt management company or whatsoever. So my question is to say, donations in South Africa are regulated. So my question is, how best, like what the Professor Kabelo Matlosa was deliberating, how best can South Africa establish a new financial security wing that can deal specifically with party funding? Because we know in South Africa there's this crisis of money laundering, carrying money by sacks, bags, or whatsoever. So I'm requesting that another financial security controlling wing must be established to deal specifically with the political party funding.
All right.
So I'm propelling for that. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So allow me to give the presenters the opportunity. I don't know who wants to go first. Thank you.
Thanks very much for these questions. I think it's part of the debate, I guess. The first one was about the correlation between donation or funding and the performance by parties, and whether there's research on that. As far as I know, and I can be corrected by this, I'm not aware of much, but I think international research, I think, does exist more, but in terms of our own conditions, Southern Africa or South Africa, I'm not sure of that. I'm not directly involved. I think the point about this, and the point that I've tried to make, is that the notion that there's a direct correlation between funding and performance, I think, is not proven. That there is not necessarily a direct correlation between them, direct positive correlation between them. Because one sometimes sees parties that don't necessarily have so much resources, but still they are doing relatively well. So it is also about, the way in which they use their resources, who their focus areas are, who they concentrate on, how their communication is, how effective that is. And there are different ways, as I try to indicate, of how to do that. So the idea that a party is, in a sense, caught in a situation where if they are not funded, they are basically condemned, I don't think that's valid. And that is a correct, or that if they don't receive external fund, especially external funding, then they have no chance. I think that has been proven in South Africa at least, and many other countries also, that it is not necessarily the case. The same applies, I think, to the second component of private funding and corruption. I'm not aware, again, of that there's extensive research being done on this. The notion about corruption by definition is a very amorphous concept. It's difficult to define it. And what will qualify as corruption in this particular case? Does it mean that there becomes conflict of interest, that persons in government or persons in parliament or so, when there's a vote on a particular issue, then they will vote in favor of the people who gave them money? If that is corruption, yes, in some instances that may be the case, but it's not established as an absolute rule. That, I think, is quite clear. The question from Mr. Ntuli about if you have the idea of a governing party, that's what I have said or proposed or suggested is then that it actually is working against governing parties, that they are doubly sort of in a disadvantaged position. What I'm trying to say is that any governing party has an advantage by implication. They are in a position, they can the best demonstrate what they have done in the past 4 or 5 years. They have normally the media, the infrastructure of government, of the state in general. So they do have an advantage. There's no question about it. You know? Now, why do you want to have then a double advantage of money also? You know? And that's what I'm arguing, is that there's no reason why you must be. An election is a new beginning. You've done your work of the past term. Why do you want to carry on the back of your past term also by being privileged financially for the achievement of 4 or 5 years ago with the previous election? You must start more or less at the equal point for this election. And that is why I would personally say that, especially when it comes to our own formula about equity versus and proportionality, that the proportionality, instead of going up to 90, it should actually have come a little bit down. But there's obviously some other concerns, and that's about proliferation of parties. But remember, local government is not funded. So where there's really high numbers of political parties that can benefit from the equity one, they are not funded in general, because it's very often local government. The second component about whether if you are a black political party, I don't know if you can call yourself black political party, but a party depending primarily on black voters, that you will automatically be at a disadvantage. I think what we have seen here in South Africa, our experience is that it is not a disadvantage. The governing parties, wherever they are, either at national or provincial or not local, national and provincial levels, they receive money. That's what we see even in the disclosures. So there is not necessarily that absolute direct correlation. And what as a general rule does exist is that bigger parties receive more money and smaller parties receive less money. That's sort of a generalization, but it is so. So the bigger parties just simply receive more money, whoever their support base are, and whoever wants to give them money. The tax incentives, I had a discussion with some of the IEC officials earlier on, before this event, exactly about this, and especially for the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, that if there are donors who want to donate to that fund, that there should be a type of a tax incentive. Apparently, according to him, SARS doesn't have an appetite for that. They don't want to do it. So I think that's more or less then in their hands. And the case about small donations, that there should be less sort of information required from that and bookkeeping required from that, I agree with that. That's part of what was my argument, is in that that is where political parties in many other parts of the world, that where they receive a lot of their income, and it is because it's small money, it means that they don't have to go through all of these formal, meeting all the formal requirements. And at the same time, and this is what I didn't say in the beginning, it's actually a form of campaigning. It brings you closer to your own supporters. So it has a double purpose. It is part of your campaigning and you receive money for it. It's a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all the interventions. I think they're very useful and helpful. Most of them were comments, so the questions, I think some of them Prof. Kotze has responded, so I will take those that he didn't touch. The question about companies funding several parties. What is our attitude to that? I don't think there's anything wrong, even in the case of Jean, who was funding several parties. What is wrong, though, if you do it opaquely, without information being known, what are the amounts being given, for what purpose, nothing is disclosed, and no reports, that is where the problem lies, really. But in terms of supporting the parties, there's nothing illegal about that. But it's just about making it transparent and disclosing the information around it and reporting on those. You know, in the South African case, actually, I listened carefully to the report by the Deputy CEO, Mahlangu, yesterday. If my memory serves me well, he said that a lot of investors or private donors that support parties would prefer to give to parties directly. And they're reluctant to contribute to the multi-party democracy fund. That says a lot. So that's for me, that's where to look at. Because why wouldn't these companies contribute to the multi-party that is meant for all the parties? But you want to choose. The reason is because they want influence. Yes, they want influence. And this is going to be a major issue now under coalition politics. Under coalition politics, it's going to be a major issue. Under coalition, because the investors, they want you to see the face. This is me giving you this money. Because if I throw it into the multi-party, it's faceless. so you need to see the face so that so I have influence. In case, for example, tenders come, I know where to squeeze, right? So I think that's the way I'll look at it. Then the other issue, Chair, was from my friend from the Thabo Mbeki School, the two issues that he raised. I agree with his analysis. On foreign interference, this is extremely important. On foreign interference, that would then come through funding to influence the political systems in our countries. It's key. Now this is more so now, under conditions of terrorism and money laundering. We need to tighten the screws. And now, with the geopolitical dynamics that are happening now, presently, it's even more imperative. You see, the tension between the US, China, Russia, you name it, at the present moment. So these issues have those kind of political ramifications that we shouldn't lose sight of. Then oversight, institutions, key. And we have actually discussed this matter since yesterday, in fact. But the point that I think even the minister raised is that much as this is the responsibility of IEC, how adequate is that as an institutional arrangement? And the fact that also you mentioned that this has not yet extended to local government. There's local government elections next year. How does a reform process help us to also close that gap that is not yet extended to the local governance level? The last speaker made, actually it was a comment. It was not a question as such, it was a comment, because I think he was saying it was still in the spirit of tightening the institutional architecture of regulating party funding. His proposal was that, isn't there a possibility of establishing what he calls financial security control mechanism, whatever you want to call that. So that could be a proposal, it could be considered. But for me, I was saying, in the short to medium term, let's have the IEC still doing this, but we know it's not the ideal situation. But let the IEC be supported by other institutions, the Auditor General, Public Protector, and others, if there's financial security, whatever that is required, so be it. But let that be the case for now. But in the long term, there could be need to think of a new institutional architecture. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And again, very interesting. Maybe what we should do is say that if you are in a coalition, we chuck all the money into the one pot and the coalition partners divide it up equally. And with local government, because typically with local government, the party starts at the local level and you want to move up. Yeah. And once you settle yourself in with a certain level of footprint, you maybe have to become entitled to funding as you want to expand your ambitions. But similarly also then, is it something that we have to impose on municipal councils, or should it be part of a national party fund and not burden local municipalities who are already things? So, but very interesting thing. I'm going to now go for the next round, and I'm going to start in the center. So right in front of me, any persons? I don't see any hands. Okay, I'm going to my immediate left. Gentleman in front. Yeah, and then I see two persons here. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Order. Can we please?
AD from the BAC once again. Let me start by appreciating the two speakers and what they've delivered to us. Firstly, Chair, would have loved to have engaged.
Please identify yourself again.
Aidan Fulwan from the PAC.
Thank you.
Firstly, we would have liked to have said a word or two to the minister before he has left. He threw some interesting concepts and left us hanging. However, maybe for the record, let me just say, a glossy-looking democracy that is not responding to the everyday challenges of the people it's serving is as useless as non-existent. But let me get to the questions that we are relevantly dealing with now. Prof. Matlosa, you raised very interesting concept, and you left me with a big question. Kleptocracy and plutocracy, ruled by the corrupt and ruled by the rich. In this concept of party funding, please make me understand what is the material difference between being ruled by the rich and being ruled by the corrupt. Because my little sub-B knowledge says to me, for business people to unite and participate in politics, they must break a few rules. As there are regulations regulating all of us who are participating in politics, if I go to a bank today, for an example, and try to open a business account, I might be told a lot of restrictions and be called politically exposed. But when a businessman does, so I'm just trying to say to you, what is the material difference between a group of businessmen actively participating in politics and a group of corrupt men? I'm struggling to find the difference. I also heard you mentioning the fact that there is some form of international regulations towards corruption in party funding, and you mentioned structures outside of our boundaries. And yesterday I raised this to the House, Prof, that one of the biggest challenges we have is not individual business people, nor individual entities, but they are international organizations that are so-called respected and supposed to be doing correct. The IMF, the World Bank, it is funding. Let me give you an example with Swaziland. The IMF has just approved big billions of rands towards Swaziland. And in Swaziland, there's no elections, there's nothing happening, the money is misused. And my point is to say, please help us identify these regulation boards or these regulations that you're referring to. If we find IMF to have been the aggressor in a particular country's elections, where do we report? If we find that Russia, for an example, participated behind the scenes in our elections, Where do we get recourse there?
Okay, thank you. There's a question. Okay, yes, just, I'm moving back. You'll be next. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren from the Organic Humanity Movement. The Organic Humanity Movement is an unrepresented political party, and we've contested 2 elections in 2021 and 2024. So we're well aware of the struggles of not getting funding, and I'm very happy to be part of this symposium. After the minister spoke, I actually found his comments very frightening for the future of our democracy, and I actually don't think that all of us in this room maybe understand democracy in the same way, and I think it would do us well to revert to having those discussions again. Democracy for the people or democracy for those in power. And on that note, and as an unrepresented party, I came to the symposium with one goal in mind. How can we lessen the gap between established parties that have been there since the end of apartheid and new emerging parties with fresh ideas without the baggage of the past? We need to lessen that gap. And in that light, with that in mind, we also have to look at the low voter turnout year after year. It's getting worse every election cycle, and we can't ignore that. So one of the proposals I want to put forward, and I'd love to hear thoughts from both of the professors that spoke, imagine you take the public funding that we have right now, and the political parties that are represented only get 10% of that funding, and the rest of that money goes to voter education and citizen empowerment, because it is clear that the citizens of South Africa do not understand how politics works, and nor do they understand how the actual government works, and they are just disillusioned by the system in general. So we need to empower citizens again to feel that fire to vote. And we don't have that currently. And the ironic part is that it's the established, most powerful parties in Parliament right now that has caused that voter disillusion. And then us unrepresented or smaller parties have to struggle with that and not have funding at the same time. Okay. So I noticed a few people spoke about increasing public funding. I absolutely advocate for a very radical transformation of the electoral system, but in light of the system that we have now, we need to reduce funding. And that leads me to my second question, which was touched on yesterday. And keeping in mind the low voter turnout, imagine if parties had to report on their expenditure as well. I believe this country would transform if voters had to be informed how much parties spend on posters when there are hungry, starving people, when the education system has pretty much collapsed, when communities do not have water and electricity day after day. And then they learn what the parties spend, I won't mention names, what parties spend on posters, on T-shirts, on food budgets for their dignified members. It's unbelievable. So we need to move into a dispensation in this country where political parties are not treated like kings and queens and royalty, and instead have to suffer and struggle with their membership base, volunteer base, not on money and funds.
Thank you.
Last point, and this is something that needs to be addressed. It's something that is so flawed in our democracy. We have, public funding, I can't see going away anytime soon. Every party should get, every represented party should get equal funds. They should not get proportional funds, because what happens then? It becomes a battle of ideas, not the party with the best marketing budget winning the campaign. It becomes a battle for ideas, and those are probably radical ideas for those that are in power, but it needs to be looked at. And I think if people actually were empowered, voters were empowered, they would agree with all of these points.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman, yes.
Thank you so much, facilitator. My name is Rita Ronishai from African Freedom Party, represented in municipal level. I don't want that word unrepresented. That's why I'm represented in municipal level. Minister Inogonongwane was clear, and he said next year we need freely finance on party funding. So the political party we have is 596. The political parties represented in parliament is 15. So 581 is unrepresented according to IEC. So on that 581, we have the organization that we are in municipal level holding the office. Remember, once I'm holding the office and take decision in the municipality, you said I'm unrepresented. It's the same as if you said I'm dead, while the doctors tell you my heart is still pumped. Remember, now I self, together with my colleague, IEC spent plus minus 15,000 for flights and accommodation and food. Here in Durban, the cars that I see is different in my province. Here is very beautiful place. It's the first time I'm in a flight. So even it's the first time to see ocean, but for me, it's nothing. I want money in my account for political party. So IEC, they want to give us money. They don't have problem, but they hide something. Remember, as political party, I want to know, is possible to take IEC to electoral court as political party? If yes, so which means that electoral court must change being independent court. I repeat, as political party, it's possible to take IEC to that court. If it's possible as political party, we must change that electoral court to independent court. As AFP, we don't want that weight unrepresented. I say thank you.
Okay.
This one for me, they don't need answers. They know it, they must just make the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. I'm going to have one more question in this round, and then I'm going to move over to the yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I appreciate the presentations from the two professors, very thought-provoking. But I also want to echo the sentiments expressed by Minister Ukotongwane when he said that his department is also putting on thinking caps on the issue of funding of political parties that are participating at local government level. And I think there is an overwhelming agreement in this room with regard to that. So maybe the task is now with the IEC to collaborate much more with the treasurer so that at least that is then translated into action. By the way, I am Boneni Pegiswayo from Action SA. So let me then move on to the second part. There is something that I don't understand. When political parties correctly so lobby for more funding from the state, and when that funding is dispersed to them, they also fail to report or to disclose other funding as well. So for me, it's like it is good when it comes to you, but you can't report on what you received and used. So I think we need, therefore, to be honest that whilst we lobby for more funds, but we must also be honest to deal with the admin part of it. Okay. Then the last part, Chairperson, Program Director, I think there are sentiments expressed about how risky it is to receive foreign funding, which I agree. But somebody asked earlier on whether any research has been done to determine the influence on the parties receiving foreign funding, and whether or not it is something that we can all say it is not necessary. As we saw from the slides that not all countries, some countries are also against foreign funding. Now, coming to local business people that fund political parties, I do not think that that should be discouraged, because local business people are, in our case, are South African people who I believe are patriotic. And when they fund a political party, it's their way of plowing back, either in advancing democracy in the country as well as the country development. There is no business person, in my view, that would want to invest in a country that is being mismanaged, that is chaotic, and that disrespect its own rules.
Thank you.
So therefore, I submit that the IEC, let me be very cautious about this. Because we don't want to burden IEC with too many other things. But I think we need to have a platform where we can encourage local business to extend the funding pass to accommodate other political parties, not limited to a governing party, as the report presented earlier on, that governing party tend to get more funding, or they appeal much more better to business people in terms of getting funds, as opposed to parties that are in the opposition benches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On my straight across, yes, and then Ian first there, and then I'm coming to you, ma'am.
So thank you, Mr. Hendricks, and thank you to the two professors. I want to use the last slide of Professor Matlosa's presentation to ask my questions, because I think it summed up how we could approach, Brett Heron from the Good Party. It summed up how we could approach reforming our party funding system quite simply. So he mentioned we should look at donations, public funding, spending limits, and reporting. So under the donations, private donations to political parties, do the professors have any views around a restriction on corporates making donations directly to political parties rather than to the multi-party democracy fund? And this may address somewhat Mr. Ntuli from the ANC's concern around who owns the economy. But I want to use one example that I find quite worrisome. We have a listed company in South Africa, Naspers, who made 2 donations to 2 different political parties in the last election. But their customer base is across South Africa's demography, but also across our political affiliations. They are in the business of media. So there's a question around, should media houses be making donations to 2 political parties? And secondly, they are also in the business of retail, online retail. Their customer base is across all South African persuasions. How appropriate is it that their board gets to select 2 political parties to support?
Okay.
On the public funding question, I think Professor Kotze sort of answered this, but we've now in this 90-10 allocation, proportional, equitable allocation from public funding, and it was changed just before the last election. And I think even though there was some explanation yesterday, I still regard it as indefensible. But yesterday, if I understood the Mexico position correctly, it seems that Mexico placed greater weight on the equitable allocation of funding rather than the proportional. So there was an emphasis on equity rather than proportionality. And I'm wondering if the professors have any views on what the appropriate way of approaching public funding is, given the subject matter of this theme, which is strengthening democratic governance and sustaining, I guess, a healthy democracy. I have a question around expenditure limits. Yesterday, I raised the concern that the HSRC study did not look at expenditure. And so is there a view from the professors as to what or how we could work out a threshold or a limit on expenditure in election campaigns by political parties?
Sorry.
And I have one, on reporting, there was a proposal by the Democratic Alliance that maybe smaller donations should not need to be reported. And I have a question around that, which is that, does that not create the opportunity for a large donation to be disaggregated into smaller amounts and then not reported? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to say, how can the playing field be leveled?
Can you just identify?
Oh, I'm Tandi Nontenja from United Democratic Movement.
Okay.
I would like to know, how can the playing field be leveled when the funding is so skewed? While the election registration fee is equal, why the distribution is so skewed? We pay over 500,000 equally, whether the party is small or big, when we are registering for elections. But when it comes to allocation, we start looking at saying this party was big 5 years ago. For over 30 years, money in politics meant access to tenders, which equals to quid pro quo.
Your question? Question, please. Quid pro quo.
It's a statement. I'm
Okay.
saying it equals to quid pro quo.
Thank you.
The fact that it is make access to tenders. When you have money in politics, you have to
Okay.
go for tenders and you will have a door open there.
Okay.
My last question relates to the SEDC, to find out whether in SEDC the ruling party appoints the commissioners to the Electoral Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the panel opportunity to respond now. Professors, I don't know who wants to go first.
Yeah, this is now a mouthful. I think, first of all, there's a tendency to equate private funding with only businesses. And I think if we see in the declarations, the reports by the IEC, there's all sorts of institutions that provide foundations, trusts, and all sorts of things. So the business component is the majority. But I think we must not exclude those institutions in society who sees their donations as a way of promoting elections. And I think we need to give recognition to that, is that there are some institutions in society who doesn't have necessarily a specific interest or material interest or economic interest, but still wants to participate in promoting this. So that I think must never be forgotten about. The first question, I think, was about the understanding of democracy, and that parties have different views about democracy. I fully agree with that, and I think this was part of my presentation also, is that there are different understandings of democracy. There are also different parties that manifest this sort of as instruments of democracy, and they do it in different ways. And I think this is why where we are today, yesterday and today, where we are in terms of this discussion, is that we are in a sense caught in a situation where we have to standardize, where we have to develop a sort of a common understanding about what a political party is, what their sources of income are, what they spend their resources on, and how they compete in elections. And as I've also indicated with the different types of political parties, and they are already emerging in South Africa, that different parties have different approaches and will have different demands when it comes to what they need in order to be effective. The bottom line is for all parties, whether you are represented or not yet represented or in the process of becoming represented, is who's the final judge but all of you? The voters. That means you must be able to present yourself to the public, to the voters, and they decide, yes, we are going to follow them, or no, we are not going to follow them, whether you have money or not. And there are examples of parties that were formed just before the elections here in South Africa with the minimum money, and they did well because they appealed to the electorate. So I think one should not develop, and that is why I use this concept of that we must not, parties must not become sort of passive with expectations of being supported, financially also. The initiative is still in your hands. It's not in the hands of the state or the government or business or so to carry you. And that's maybe, I won't be popular for that, I know, but that is exactly what it is. That is what democracy means. The other point, which is a general point, and that's in sympathy of the IEC, is I think many of you, to be honest, think that the IEC can take decisions about all of these things. They cannot. They are implementers of what you, as the political parties in Parliament, have decided to do, what you want. And that is why I end my presentation exactly on that point. That's the predicament of the IEC. Because they are the face of this public, of this funding dispensation, all of us, and especially those who are not well informed about this, the public in general, believes it's the IEC's problem. They are not doing the right thing, and it's not the case. That's not the situation. So one has to, so the buck stops with the political parties who takes the decisions in Parliament about what is going to be the dispensation. And that's why I'm saying it's a tricky one, because you must decide yourself about your own situation as political parties. And the IEC receives that decision and then must implement it. It's not for them to decide what should be done and how the system should look and how the system should work. It's you as political parties who must decide on that. So that is voter education. Yes, it's hugely, hugely important. We saw yesterday with the HSRC report of the survey how few people know about these acts, and that the majority are people with relatively high levels of education. So there's an educational bias in terms of understanding this, that what we are talking about. So it means that the general population in South Africa don't know much, actually very little about this. And therefore, voter education is very important. Now here the IEC comes in. In terms of the Act, the Electoral Act, and as well as the IEC's Act, the voter education is primarily the responsibility of the IEC. So I think it is for the IEC to develop a strategy of how to deal with all of these issues. Maybe to go back to the previous point about the fact that the IEC is regarded as responsible also to deal with the problems that you've raised here, is maybe another argument or reason why it might be for the longer term, in terms of Professor Matoza's argument, and my own also, and the minister's one, and some of you of yesterday, why the IEC maybe should be taken away from taking responsibility for the management of this, because it carries the baggage of some of these issues. So voter education is hugely important. Whether it will deal with voter turnout, I'm not sure. Because there's other reasons for the lower voter turnout, especially among the young people. Because the young people have all the access to electronic communication and sources to be actually better informed than maybe some older generations. So I don't think voter turnout is per se a reflection of lack of information. I think I've actually, about the last one, about a formula for a maximum level for expenditure. Yeah, I think that's one of the tricky ones, and that we will have to look at what is and learn from IDEA and others about what is happening in other countries, what happens, the way in which it has been used in the UK and other places. I don't know of an example close to us where the approach is that to concentrate on a maximum expenditure and not so much about on the income side. So that requires research from our side, from the IEC, HSRC, and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, the PSC, the rep from PSC, Actually, when I introduced, is it? Oh, thank you. When I introduced the concept of plutocracy and kleptocracy, it was deliberate. I wanted to set the context to say that we are in the business of safeguarding democracy, which is people's rule, simply defined. So that's our business, even in this meeting. Now, so the subject matter we are deliberating upon, which is party funding, we need to approach it with that in mind, so that when we talk of regulation, we also regulate in such a way that in safeguarding democracy, the funding, party funding does not lead us to plutocracy, where the wealthy will be the powerful, will have the more power, even the level of the state, or kleptocracy, the rule by the corrupt. So that was I was just pinpointing some of the risks. I was not comparing the systems, as it were. For the frameworks, I was just introducing them to say they exist, actually, both at the global level, continental level, regional, even at the national level. So the question is, that they exist is not, there's no controversy that they exist. What is at issue is whether they are being implemented at national level, when party funding is being managed. So that was the key thing. The voter turnout, I think Derek has already spoken to this. Voter turnout, studies by HSRC, Afrobarometer, they point to this. That is a problem. It's declining, systematically, election after election. And we need to factor also to that phenomenon of voter turnout, the public trust in these institutions is also similarly declining. Public trust in political parties, for example, is declining on a massive scale. So I think those are some of the challenges that we need to bear in mind. Expenditure, I think Derek has already taken care of that. The Action SA. The issue about local government, the party funding to be extended to local government level. We were just whispering, I was whispering to Derek as we were sitting there, that can't we actually even think it differently? Instead of maybe saying we want to now extend the party funding framework to local government, which is another additional expenditure, can't we think of a way in which the elections themselves can be harmonized? So that you don't have a general election on their own, that is parliamentary and provincial, on their own, and then local on their own. They're all harmonized. Countries that have done this, in the immediate neighborhood is Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Zambia. They've harmonized the elections, so they're not holding elections separately these days. I think good, Derek has answered some of the questions. The 90-10 proportion that was discussed here, I guess is still subject for discussion, and it could even change at some point. I stand as subject to correction that it could change. I think there are some proposals that it could change at some point. The issue of multi-party versus direct donations to parties, that's another issue for discussion. We may not conclude it definitively here, but the report that we got from the Deputy CEO, Mahlangu, yesterday was pointed to the fact that business people seem to be more interested in funding parties directly rather than contributing to the multi-party democracy fund. There's an issue, but this is for discussion again. Should smaller donations not be reported? There was a view, I think, by DA, I think, earlier on. But the issue is how do we define smaller? Yes, and how many of smaller will still remain smaller? Because you can have a huge donation, but then so that you don't report, you kind of cut it into smaller pieces, and then say, I'm not going to report on this because it's small. So I think we have to be very careful with that one in terms of regulation. I think, Chair, those are the final one was the SADC. There was a UDM, SADC. Do presidents appoint commissioners? That is in SADC. No, there's no clear. I can't say a clear-cut response country by country. But what we can say is that in the SADC region, there are all those three models of EMBs. Those three models: independent, mixed model, and governmental model. So those models actually. The appointments of EMBs differ according to the model. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and we have unfortunately come to the end of this Q&A. We've run quite over time. So I want to thank the presenters. Thank you very much. Thanks for the questions from the floor. You may not always have got the answers, but we've taken into account the comments that have nonetheless been made. And as going forward, I'm sure there will be resolutions in terms of what are the areas we have to look into going forward, etc., and where is the appropriate level for that response to come from. I just want one announcement before we break for tea. Please announce that to people here that not to plug in their gadgets up front because they interfere with the recording and the sound. So if you have your computers or laptops, whatever you're connecting, don't do it to the front because it impacts on the sound quality and the recording for the conference procedures. We are going to break now, and I'm going to say we're back at 12:10. Is that fine? 15 minutes? Thank you.
Somebody left I think they're traveling with this. They left it on my desk, so I didn't want them to be trouble. I think they're traveling with it. And she seems very young, so I didn't expect somebody very senior.
So where must they come to?
No, when we come there, just announce anyone who has lost a copy of their ID.
Must come to you?
No, to you. I don't want to be part of the...
Where is this the copy?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll give it to my colleague. Thank you. Ek is baie jammer hoor.
Testing 1, 2. Hello, can you please say something?
Yes, I'm trying to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Yeah, great.
Should I try to show my presentation slides?
Yeah, please share it. The first page. I'm still in the break in the meantime. I think till 10 past.
Okay.
Can you go on presentation mode?
Just 1 second, let me change the date.
Okay.
Okay, this is good.
Okay, that's good.
This one is working. This was in our white box. No, could be. Just a moment.
Yep.
On your program, it says discussion, questions and answers. And your asking challenges which is very frustrating. What do you mean? It's a discussion. You want to make a point about democracy.
Yeah, but the control of the gathering doesn't allow it. What time is it? Adjusted times. I'm starting in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gravitate towards our seats, we'll be starting in the next 3 minutes. Someone lost a piece of paper that I think is crucial. Mr. Makubele, you lost your piece of paper that I think is crucial. Please come and take your piece of paper, Mr. Makubele. We're starting in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. gentleman who's putting Dr. Vrushni on, are you going to do that? Oh, thank you. Is it afternoon or morning still? It's afternoon, right? 12:11. Ladies and gentlemen, IEC time 12:11. Good afternoon. We are about to start with this next session, the last part one of our sessions today on day 2. We are going to go straight to Dr. Vrushni, who will be presenting this online. So please let's get settled, pay attention, and listen to Dr. Vrushni. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me well. My name is Jan Vrushni. I'm a thematic lead on political integrity at Transparency International. Probably many of you know our organization, but as a very brief summary, Transparency International is the global coalition against corruption with over 100 country offices around the world and with the secretariat in Berlin, where I'm also speaking to you from today. I'm very sad that I couldn't make it to Durban this week. I would have very much benefited from the rich conversations, but I look forward to a future such opportunity, and also look forward to reading the outcomes of the other interesting sessions. So my presentation today will focus on the recently launched Transparency International standards for integrity in political finance. Those standards were launched at the end of last year in December, so they're only 6 months old. The last iteration actually of the standards was from around 15 years ago, so that makes them relatively fresh. I want to tell you a little bit about how we got to producing these Transparency International standards, what they really are, and what we use them for. So, as I mentioned, we did have a previous set of standards, the TI standards on political funding and favors, which was published in 2009. And this contains a series of recommendations covering all areas of transparency and definitions, the legal basis, the oversight, and so on. However, we really believe that since 2009, the landscape has changed a lot. There's new issues arising. For example, online political advertising becomes increasingly more prevalent and relevant. A lot of money goes into online campaigns, which was not really on our radar back in 2009. We increasingly see more affluent donors dominating the funding scene, and not only domestically but also across borders. We've seen a lot of cases in the last year alone of affluent donors making donations through sometimes dubious channels, and then using that to exercise undue influence on politics abroad. And then finally, there's also new and better technologies for disclosure, like open data portals and tools. And here I'd like to congratulate also the IEC for having a pretty good disclosure tool as well that we have relied on also as a very good regional example when we talk about transparency and disclosure in online formats. Finally, the reason why we thought it would be good to refresh the global standards on integrity in political finance was because we were starting to embark, or we have already been working on some global advocacy initiatives. Some of you may be aware of this initiative. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which was ratified about 22 years ago, has had over 80 resolutions, and in the convention text there is only one article on political finance transparency, and that article is very non-binding. It only asks states parties to consider taking measures to promote the transparency of political finance. So together with a group of other organizations such as International IDEA or IFES, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and others, as well as with a core group of states parties, including Norway, Mongolia, Albania, Ghana, and others, we are considering pushing for a dedicated resolution at the next United Nations Convention Against Corruption Conference of States Parties, which takes place in Qatar, in Doha, in December of this year, between 15th and 19th of December. And I only stop on this a little bit right now because I feel that there's good momentum to get interest around the world. So to all those in the room, in the audience, who work either in Parliament or in the line ministries that are relevant to this, I'd also encourage you to see if South Africa can also play a role. I believe that South Africa, with your new legislation and with the work of the IEC and the very fact of holding this very interesting symposium, can share a lot on the international arena. A little bit of background just to let you know how we came to these standards. We wanted to have a document which, since there are no global standards on political finance integrity, there's a lot of regional tools or regional sort of commitments, including through the African Union Convention, as well as in other regions of the world. There isn't a set of developed standards on these global standards, and that's why we wanted to come up with the first sort of step from Transparency International, and then hope that this will be also reflected at the UN Convention Against Corruption level. So we wanted a good global representation, so we did 5 regional consultations. For Africa, we did the in-person regional consultation last year in Zambia, with participation of more than 35 African countries. We also did 4 other regional consultations in the other parts of the world. These regional consultations were meant to take the key topics, the key themes emerging from the countries that we wanted to consult. We didn't want to sit here in Berlin and come up with something that applies to the whole globe, to the whole world, without first getting the input directly from each country. We managed to engage over 70 countries worldwide, over 100 stakeholders and experts. We produced a summary with policy options, which we then discussed in a global consultation, which took place last June in Vilnius, Lithuania. So this is the process of how we got to this. We tried to be very careful with our recommendations to not be overly prescriptive, to not make recommendations that cannot be applicable in certain contexts. And that's why, for example, when it comes to things like donation limits or spending caps, we never put a specific number or a specific formula. We always say something like reasonable limitations, with some examples, for example, indexed against a minimum salary or something like that. So we hope that the standards also find good application in the South African context. There are 6 principles and nearly 100 sort of like specific policy areas covered or specific topics covered under all 6 of them. I will focus on one of them specifically because of the topic of this presentation, but just to give you an overview of the whole set of principles that we cover in our standards. We have transparency, so this relates to everything that starts from bookkeeping to reporting and then finally disclosure of both regular political party accounts, the yearly accounts, but also specifically campaign accounts and expenditure, donations, loans, assets, liabilities, and so on. Secondly, we have a principle on clean money in politics. So here we talk about all of the measures that can help keep politics clean. So things like prohibiting anonymous donations, prohibiting foreign donations, ensuring some due diligence that political parties, when they receive large sums of money, they check where the source of this donation is from, and so on. Then fairness, it's about the availability of public funding, the disbursement of the public funding that needs to be done on transparent, fair, and open criteria, so that it's not up to the discretion of anyone how the public funds are distributed, but also with a keen attention to ensuring that these public funds are used for the right purposes. One of the specific purposes is actually the 4th principle, so gender equality. We truly believe that political finance needs to empower women to participate in politics. This can be achieved both through public funding, but also through gender disaggregated data transparency on this topic. Then the 5th principle is state neutrality, which relates very much to the abuse of state resources, typically by incumbent parties. This always creates an undue disadvantage to the opposition parties or to the smaller parties that do not have access to things like venues, offices, stadiums, even human resources, the same way that incumbent parties do. And then finally, and what I will zoom in for the rest of this presentation, is the 6th topic, so accountability, enforcement. Political finance regulations must be monitored and enforced. So here's where I will go a little bit more in depth in terms of our specific recommendations on this topic. But for all of the other principles, you can find, and I will share a link if it's possible, you can find the detailed kind of standards for each one of them. So starting with the first recommendation, which is about establishing an effective oversight body or bodies. The very basics, of course, should ensure that the legal framework can empower an oversight body with a mandate, with the independence, but also with financial autonomy to monitor, to oversee, to enforce, and to facilitate the compliance of political finance regulations. This includes by applying sanctions for breaches. And we always emphasize that you need the mandate, so you need the law, you obviously specifically ensure that this institution has the power. We need the independence, so whatever arrangement makes more sense in the country, whether it's with a majority in parliament or whether the appointment is done through a different mechanism, but independence needs to be assured, as well as financial autonomy. Often we see that even an institution that might have a good mandate and some sort of independence of the appointments, if it doesn't have the financial autonomy to exercise its duties, then it's at risk of undue influence from the executive or from the legislative. The second point under the effective oversight body or bodies, and why I say body or bodies is that it doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be one authority. Maybe some functions can be split between different authorities. In some countries it might be the Central Election Commission, in some countries it might be the Supreme Audit Institutions, in others it might be the Anti-Corruption Agency, or a combination of all of them. So we're fairly agnostic when it comes to that. Secondly, oversight bodies, we believe, need the resources to do their job. So they must make sustained financial investments in human and technological resources to support compliance with financial reporting. They should increase also their verification and audit capacities. This includes, in some advanced cases, things like concomitant auditing, which means happening in live time. For example, in the case of Panama, this happens where auditors can sort of go in live time, even during the election campaign, and ask to check the books and to check the expenditures. As well as with on-site monitors. So often we have seen some cases, for example, with Albania, that the Central Election Commission will send out monitors to check the rallies, to check the posters, to see that they're all compliant with the regulations. So not simply to have the laws and rules in place and expect that they will be followed, but to actually provide physical on-site monitoring. We also believe that the legal framework should establish reasonable sanctions, and where possible also personal liability for the use of threats against the independent oversight bodies. Sometimes we see that these agencies, because the work is so political, sometimes they can receive threats, intimidation, or other attempts to influence the decision or work. And therefore, we believe that this needs to be taken very seriously and needs to be sanctioned appropriately, so that these institutions can do their job without fear or favor. The second point that you see there, the second bullet point, is on interagency cooperation. As I said, there might be multiple bodies involved, but even if it's one oversight body that is in charge of most areas of political finance oversight, it will never have all the information that it needs. Cooperation, exchange of information with other relevant state institutions will always be crucial. And I understand that the IEC, as well in South Africa, is a good model for this through memoranda of understanding with other state institutions. Among other state institutions that we recommend, such exchange of information protocols would include the Supreme Audit Institution, the Anti-Corruption Agency, financial intelligence units, tax authorities, but of course as well as law enforcement agencies and the judiciary. However, oversight bodies must ensure that this information exchange protocols and modalities do not infringe upon privacy rights or other civic and political freedoms, and that it's subject to democratic checks and balances against its misuse. Thirdly, and this is cannot emphasize how important is the topic of sanctions, establishing sanctions and ensuring their enforcement. We believe that the legal framework must establish effective, proportionate, and dissuasive civil, administrative, disciplinary, and if necessary also criminal sanctions for non-compliance with political financing regulations by political parties, by candidates, by campaigns, but also third parties. We also believe that the judiciary and prosecution must allocate sufficient resources and strengthen internal capacities to effectively investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate breaches of political finance regulations. We've heard many cases, even in the regional consultations, that often law enforcement and prosecution simply do not have the capacity to pick such cases to go against these cases of breaches of political finance regulation. This means sometimes you need a dedicated, perhaps prosecutor or team of prosecutors who is carefully looking at the electoral process, and especially for the worst type of offenses such as vote buying, voter intimidation, use of illicit funds or criminal funds and political party financing. This should be really prioritized by the judiciary and prosecution to ensure that, especially during election periods, there are enough resources to ensure that investigation and prosecution is done effectively. And then the final point on participation from society. So this is not strictly speaking to do with oversight, but it's one side of accountability. And civil society can often be a partner in enforcement and monitoring. I know that this is also the model that you have used in South Africa, where you have had very close cooperation and very fruitful, I should say, cooperation with civil society organizations in producing civic monitoring tools and other helpful engagement from civil society. So the first thing that we believe here is important is the proactive access to data, that the legal framework must ensure that citizens, media, and CSOs have effective access to political finance information. This should include timely information on the sources of private donations in open data formats that can facilitate their scrutiny. We also believe that not just proactive information, but also reactive information, meaning upholding the right to information, things like freedom of information requests that civil society or media can often send. Those should be upheld and dealt with swiftly when they arise. And then finally, no system is complete without a reporting system. So in accordance with international standards and best practice, we believe that oversight bodies should guarantee confidential, safe, and secure reporting systems, which are accessible but also gender sensitive, to facilitate the timely reporting of political finance-related offenses. That, of course, ensures that when certain citizens or indeed officials or political contestants have some information which points to breaches of political finance integrity, they can easily and safely report these cases, then for the authorities to take them on. So that concludes my part. I believe questions will come at the end, but thank you very much for the time and for having me here today. I look forward to hearing the other interventions and your questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theisma. Excellent management of time there, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to straight ahead ask Dr. Theisma to take over from here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone. I want to apologize up front. I'm recovering from a bit of a cold, so my voice is a little off. But thanks. Today, I want to try and link to the previous presenter's presentation, but also pick up on a couple of challenges that were raised in yesterday's session from Miguel and from Yuki. This has a lot to do with digital campaigning, and the moment I mention that, I see at least 3/4 of the room go, oh no, she's going to talk about AI. And yes, the lady over there is like, no. AI we're scared of, but let's have a look and see how we can make it useful for ourselves. And one of the things I want to sit down and maybe play around with this afternoon very briefly is, how do we build sustainable campaign finance transparency in an era when traditional approaches are being questioned and political parties are resistant to oversight? This means we have to change how we think, or at least we have to evolve how we think. And that means we have to talk about institutionalizing accountability through conventional regulatory frameworks, but also explore how digital tools can transform the very nature of political will and the transparency implementation. So for the last little while, I've been researching why well-intentioned transparency reforms often fail to achieve their democratic objectives. And what I've discovered is that the solution lies not in better policies, necessarily, but in fundamentally reimagining how we implement those policies. And I think that's part of my introduction here, is to sit down and say, we are so resistant because we're only looking at where we are now. We're not even thinking where we could be in 5 or 10 years. And I think that's important because most political parties, in my experience working over the last 30 years, kind of lack imagination. So we worry only about now, but we don't think about what we could possibly become and lift our vision a little bit further. So I'm hoping that you'll come on this little journey with me. I'm going to show you what we have, what is available already in terms of digital capacity and digital tools, and sit down and say, hey, not necessarily is it possible. It is possible, it's being implemented, but is it doable from our side? So, I'm glad I have my things here, I can't read that. Let's have a look. There are a 4 objectives I want us to have a look at. I'm going to say let's take a look and a break from the way traditional transparency research has been conducted, and let's take a quick dive in 4 different areas. The first thing we need to do is to define and measure political will differently, and that means understanding that political will is not simply a commitment to pursue reform despite resistance, but it becomes inadequate only in that sense when we're talking about digital tools. And we need to understand how we can use these tools to develop trust. Trust has been repeated over and over again. The HSRC study yesterday highlighted it. Political parties are aware there's a trust deficit, but now how do we overcome that? How do we think, extend our imagination? The second is assessing compliance. Willingness requires understanding not just political motivations, but technological comfort levels, administrative capacity, and digital literacy within political organizations. The third is evaluating implementation effectiveness, means looking beyond simple compliance rates to examine how digital tools actually change the dynamics of transparency and accountability. And finally, our strategic recommendations must address the reality that sustainable transparency systems in the 21st century will fundamentally be digital systems. This means our strategies for building political support must be grounded in demonstrating technological benefits, not only just democratic ideals. So let's look at digital transparency within the democratic context. And here I also echo the findings that the HSRC study was presented yesterday, but also am very acutely aware as somebody who lectures young people for a living that young people don't care about politics. In fact, in this room, how many people, if you can raise your hands, are below the age of 40? 1, 2, 3, okay. We've got a couple, but certainly not the majority. And that's the problem, because young people are not the majority in the room making decisions that will affect their future in 10 to 15 years' time. And this is where political parties, we're maybe governed by the elite, but we're certainly governed by the old, like me, right? You laugh, I'm old. But how am I to make decisions for people who will certainly be living with the consequences of the decisions that I make today in 10 to 15 years' time? So I think this is why I'm saying let's just extend our vision a little bit. So declining institutional trust threatens the very foundation of democratic governance. Citizens increasingly view political institutions as corrupt, unresponsive, and captured by special interests. We've heard that enough over the last day and a half. The erosion of trust creates a vicious cycle where parties become more secretive. They avoid criticism, which further reduces public confidence. So we're caught in a vicious cycle here. At the same time, populist movements are explicitly challenging traditional accountability mechanisms, often portraying transparency requirements as elite impositions that constrain authentic political expression. This creates a political environment where transparency reforms face not just administrative resistance, but ideological opposition. Yet citizens are demanding greater transparency than ever before. But here's the crucial point. They're not just demanding more information. They're demanding real-time, accessible, actionable information delivered through, in this case, digital platforms. This creates an unprecedented opportunity. Digital solutions can address traditional transparency challenges while providing practical benefits and make political parties want to participate rather than simply comply. The transformation pathway that we're proposing here from a digital transparency system that provides real-time information, which builds public trust through immediate accountability, leading to enhanced electoral legitimacy as voters gain confidence in the democratic process, is ultimately contributing to the overall democratic stability. But achieving this requires redefining what we understand as political will. And political will in this case is not just simply saying you lack the will to do it. We actually need to break that down. So political will has to be seen as a commitment to pursue digital reform despite both technological and political resistance. And the question is, how much of that commitment do we have? So traditional political will frameworks miss critical factors when applied to digital transparency. And I've adapted the analytical framework to include a few categories, 4 categories that influence this digital adoption. The first being individual factors, which remain important but take on new dimensions. Political leaders must not only believe reform is necessary, but believe that digital reform is necessary. This requires understanding how technology can serve their political objectives. Experience with transparency systems becomes crucial because leaders who have seen digital systems work elsewhere are more likely to support their implementation. The risk-benefit calculation also changes when we consider technological benefits like efficiency gains alongside political costs. The second set of factors are organizational factors, which become even more critical in digital contexts. Digital institutional culture refers to an organization's comfort with technology-mediated processes. Many political parties still operate with fundamentally analog organizational cultures, making digital transparency feel foreign and threatening. Technical administrative capacity becomes essential because digital systems require ongoing technical management. Interagency coordination systems must be designed to work across different technological platforms and capabilities. And at this point, I've lost everybody because you don't understand that technobabble at all, right? Okay, it's okay, I'm coming to it. Relational factors are the third one that I want to take a look at, and this takes on a new meaning in the digital environment. Trust in digital platforms becomes a prerequisite for engagement. Stakeholder technology networks refer to ecosystems of technical experts, civil society organizations, and international partners who can support digital implementation. The fourth category I want to look at is technology factors, and this represents an entirely new set of considerations. User-friendly interfaces determine whether systems can be used effectively or whether they will be abandoned. Automated validation systems can reduce the compliance burden that traditionally drives resistance, and real-time processing capabilities transform transparency from a retrospective exercise to an ongoing democratic practice. So I want to go through very, very quickly a couple of examples of these technologies that are already in place. And I'm going to highlight these, and then I'll come back to them a little bit later in the presentation. But the first one is Estonia's Crossroad platform, which represents the gold standard of comprehensive digital transparency infrastructure. This isn't just a filing system. It's distributed data exchange layer that connects government databases using blockchain-based audit trails and a few other technical terms which I won't bore you with right now. But it interacts immediately with different databases. Brazil's mobile application demonstrates how user-friendly technology can reduce resistance while also improving compliance. Mexico's system, which Miguel mentioned quite a bit yesterday, I won't go into now, but it's also a very, very important platform that encourages transparency and reporting across lines. The Czech Republic's machine learning monitoring system illustrates how AI can help rather than threaten political parties. Yes, ma'am, over there. Their system uses algorithms to identify unusual donation patterns, such as multiple small donations just below disclosure thresholds that might indicate attempts to circumvent transparency requirements. Crucially, the system flags potentially issues for party review before they become public problems, protecting campaigns from violations while ensuring regulatory compliance. So how do we get political parties on board with something like this? And here we turn to lessons from what research has given us. First is to pursue an efficiency-first approach, and that's proven most effective across different countries. Rather than leading with transparency arguments, successful implementation campaigns focus on operational improvements. So say this digital system will reduce your campaign's administrative workload by 60% while ensuring automatic compliance. It means that you're speaking directly to those campaign managers in the room who have mentioned already concerns about resource allocation and regulatory compliance, especially for small donors. Defensive benefit messages are another option which addresses one of political parties' biggest fears about transparency, and that is disclosure, that it will be used against them by opponents and critics. Digital audit trails actually provide protection by creating tamper-evident records that can definitively prove the accuracy of financial reporting. When parties understand that blockchain-based systems can protect them from false accusations while demonstrating financial integrity, technological resistance often transforms into technological enthusiasm. Competitive advantage messaging helps parties understand that early transparency adoption can provide electoral benefits. Remember, the purpose of political parties is to try and entice voters to support you. So parties that position themselves as digital reformers can build voter trust and credibility while highlighting opponents' resistance to modernization. This reframes transparency from a constraint to a party autonomy into a tool of electoral differentiation. And the last sort of series of messages are things like cost reduction arguments. And these work because they're supported by concrete data from international implementations. Estonia has claimed that 65% of administrative costs are reduced. Brazil has claimed that 78% of compliance violation reductions have been reported. And this means that digital transparency systems deliver measurable operational benefits that outweigh implementation costs. So how could we in South Africa implement such a strategy? And I've given a simple, not really simple, but a timeline of different ways in which this can happen. Given the research we've done, it looks like the most optimal way of doing this is in 4 phases over a 24-month period. So pilot programs begin with low-stake testing environments, such as local elections or by-elections, where parties can experience digital systems without high-pressure national visibility. This allows parties to develop familiarity with the technology and processes before high-stakes implementation is enacted. Voluntary disclosure phases demonstrate benefits before mandating requirements. When parties discover that voluntary digital disclosure provides political benefits through enhanced credibility, they become more supportive of making such disclosures universal. Technical support throughout the process reduces implementation burdens that often drive resistance. Providing training, technical assistance, and transition support demonstrates that these transparency requirements come with corresponding government support for that compliance. Full implementation is the last area that I want to look at, and that becomes more acceptable after parties have experienced the efficiency and the protective benefits of digital systems in the earlier phases. The success factors, based on the research, suggest that cross-party technical working groups that focus on implementation details rather than partisan politics is more successful. In Canada, for instance, involving representatives from all major parties in technical discussions about system design reduced suspicion and helped parties understand that transparency tools were about improving democratic infrastructure rather than gaining partisan advantage. Civil society partnerships provide political cover for parties wanting to support transparency but worried about appearing to undermine their own interests. When reputable organizations endorse specific transparency measures, parties can position themselves and to respond to legitimate public concerns. Addressing resistance requires acknowledging that solving parties' practical concerns is of the utmost importance. So customizing requirements by campaign size ensures that local elections aren't subject to the same administrative burden as national campaigns. Ensuring equal application across parties prevents selective enforcement concerns, and providing strategic disclosure timing maintains transparency while preserving legitimate strategic confidentiality. South Africa's recent experience illustrates both challenges and opportunities facing transparency reform in this coming digital age. The 2024 Election Matters Amendment Bill presented a significant crisis, as we've heard, for transparency advocates. The bill removed donation caps, paused disclosure requirements, and essentially rendered the Political Party Funding Act meaningless. This rollback occurred despite the PPFA's intended outcomes of building public trust, reducing corruption, and ensuring fairer electoral competition. The institutional memory challenge for political parties is also something we have to confront and counter. This is why traditional approaches often fail. Parties have long memories. They're like elephants, very long memories. Parties remember the benefits of opacity, so reduced scrutiny, unlimited funding, and the freedom of public criticism of their donor relationships. And once parties experience these benefits, they become resistant to returning to transparency requirements. But this crisis also creates an opportunity for digital solutions specifically designed for the South African context. Mobile-first platforms can address accessibility challenges in a country where smartphone adoption exceeds desktop computer access. Multiple language interfaces supporting all 11 official languages ensure that transparency information reaches diverse communities. Automated RAND amount tracking with inflation adjustments can address concerns about threshold erosion over time, and integration with SARS databases can provide automatic verification while reducing administrative burden. The key insight in this digital solution is that digital solutions can address the specific concerns that drove the 2024 rollback while providing benefits that make parties want to participate rather than simply comply. I see this as evidence of a negotiated political will. In other words, willingness to pursue transparency reform, but only under terms that balance idealistic goals and implementation realities. In May this year, we established that there was a new threshold, and they doubled the thresholds to 200,000 Rand, and the upper donation limit being 30 million. These figures represent compromises that secured broader political support while maintaining some transparency objectives, but it is not without its own criticism. The democratic process indicators are encouraging. The resolution emerged from what we would think is public consultation, multi-stakeholder engagement, transparent deliberation, and evidence-based decision-making. These are all elements in what we use to calculate political will. It's not perfect, but it was there. This suggests that political will for transparency exists, but must be channeled through processes that address implementation concerns. These implementation concerns are significant. Higher limits reduce the scope of disclosure, potentially allow substantial donations to remain hidden. Inflation adjustments could weaken transparency over time if not properly managed, and court pressure on timelines suggests that legal challenges to implement this process could further delay or weaken requirements. Less frequent reporting reduces real-time accountability that digital systems could provide. And my assessment is that this represents negotiated political will. A willingness to pursue transparency reform, but only under terms that address certain parties' concerns about administrative burden, competitive disadvantage, and operational disruption. This suggests that digital solutions addressing here these concerns could facilitate more ambitious transparency commitments. And I'll run through a few examples here in a little more depth now from international. Estonia's comprehensive digital infrastructure, built on their existing X-roads or crossroads system that I mentioned earlier, demonstrates how transparency can be integrated into broader digital governance frameworks. The technology stack includes distributed databases with REST or REST APIs for data exchange and blockchain audit trails for tamper detection. The result has been administrative cost reduction for parties, automatic verification that protects parties from inadvertent violations, and real-time cross-referencing that enhances accuracy while reducing compliance burden. In Colombia, their network analysis and graduated disclosure system shows how sophisticated analytical tools can be implemented without triggering party resistance. Their technology includes social network mapping tools that visualize relationships between donors, intermediaries, and recipients across multiple election cycles. Crucially, they implemented user-controlled visualization settings that allowed citizens to choose complexity levels for their network displays. This approach addressed party concerns about privacy violations while providing comprehensive transparency. The result has been a relationship transparency without privacy violations and stakeholder buy-in across the political spectrum. Sweden's proportional digital requirements demonstrates how technology can be used to create fair and scalable transparency systems. Their technology includes automated threshold calculations that adjust disclosure requirements based on the campaign size and election type, along with scaled reporting interfaces that automatically determine which rules apply to each campaign. This has resulted in fair burden distribution that protects smaller parties whilst ensuring comprehensive coverage for larger campaigns. And lastly, Canada's electronic filing evolution illustrates the importance of messaging and process in securing party support. Their approach focused on modernizing messages rather than transparency arguments. With cross-party development processes, they gave all parties input into the design system. And the result is efficiency, focused adoption, and reduced resistance to improved compliance across all parties. In other words, everybody is involved, not just some people. So I wanted to just give you a quick overview of some of the messaging that has been used to entice political parties to come on board. And the first one is for blockchain audit trails. The key is emphasizing protection rather than monitoring. And one of the particular Examples here is something, cryptographic verification protects your campaign from false accusations while demonstrating unalterable financial integrity. Another one was using banking API integration messaging that focuses on accuracy and efficiency benefits. And I quote, automatic bank integration eliminates 40% of compliance violations through perfect accuracy and real-time spending limit monitoring. This addresses particular parties' concerns about inadvertent violations while highlighting operational benefits. AI has also been used, and AI messaging is specifically focused on artificial intelligence identifies errors and fraud attempts before they become public compliance issues, protecting your reputation, which allows parties to frame AI as serving their interests rather than constraining them. Mobile OCR systems emphasize the dramatic efficiency improvements possible through smartphone technology. Smartphone photography technology reduces data entry from hours to seconds whilst maintaining perfect accuracy. It speaks to the directly to campaign managers and their concerns of the administrative burden. Okay. The key insight across all these messaging frameworks is leading with the benefits that parties can get out of this process and out of the digital tools that we've been talking about. The efficiency, protection, and accuracy, cost reduction, rather than abstract democratic ideals. And those are areas that I want to sit down. There are a couple more slides that I did want to go through, but I'm going to leave that for you to have a look at when the slides are published for open comment. But I do want to leave you with a couple of key things and a couple of key findings. And that is that digital transparency tools can transform party resistance into voluntary adoption, but only through strategic implementation that emphasizes efficiency benefits and addresses practical concerns. The immediate actions I've outlined begins with piloting digital systems with willing parties who can serve as champions for broader adoption. Developing South Africa-specific mobile platforms that address local accessibility and language requirements become crucial for context-appropriate implementation. Creating efficiency-focused messaging campaigns can also speak to parties' immediate concerns about administrative burdens, and this will prove effective when abstract democratic arguments, such as the kinds that we've had today, surface from the public. Establishing technical support infrastructure ensures that implementation support matches implementation requirements. This is an opportunity for us that is unprecedented. Digital technologies can solve traditional transparency challenges whilst providing benefits that make political parties want to participate. But realizing this opportunity requires understanding that successful digital transparency implementation is about political strategy and technical capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Theinsma. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm presenting to you my homeboy, Mr. Frederick Links, still on the topic of compliance, commitment towards transparency and accountability.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm with the Institute for Public Policy Research, which is a Namibian think tank based in Windhoek, Namibia. My background is journalism, but I mostly do policy research, policy work, consultancy at the moment. Yeah, please. I need to demonstrate, also I was here, I wasn't lying on the beach in Durban. All right, whenever you're ready. So, for Namibia, the questions are similar to what they are here. We are vexed by the same concerns that have been raised here over the last 2 days. And the issue is becoming urgent because Namibia is on the verge of becoming an oil-producing nation. And we fully expect, and it's probably inevitable, that some of that money will seep into our political system and into, our political party funding system, and it could become a problem. So we really need to start dealing with this issue and get to grips with it properly in Namibia because of the potential threat. And we know, what oil does to countries. We become blessed with another sort of democracy. So just to go back slightly. So this image there is from a 2019 briefing paper that I did for the IPPR about the specific issue, looking at it in depth. And we've been on this issue now for about 20 years. I've been writing about political party funding for about 15 years as both a journalist and as a policy researcher. And I think it was the presenter from Mexico who spoke about, the glacial pace of reform. And certainly in the Namibian case, and South Africa as well, of course, and everywhere else probably, the frustrating pace of reform is something that we have to bear in mind and we have to consider when we're in these sort of discussions. So that was from 2019, and it came out about a few weeks before our elections of that year. And just a week before those elections, the Electoral Commission of Namibia gazetted the political party funding regulations under the Electoral Act of 2014. So in the intervening space, in the intervening years period, 2014 to 2019, actually the landscape had been unregulated because the ECN had struggled to formulate the regulations. And this is part of the compliance concerns that we have around political party funding, the way and the nature of these regulations, because they were something else than what we expected at the end of the day. And then, of course, what happened in those elections, and before those elections, the big fish rot corruption scandal broke. And this impacted our elections. And the corruption scandal implicated senior cabinet members who were ultimately arrested that year. And that big corruption case is still, at this point, the case proper is only set to start in August this year. And we've had another election in November last year, and still the issue isn't settled. And there's been some suggestion that the case wasn't brought to court last year because it could impact the ruling party again, as it did back in 2019. The influence of corruption, the question of corrupt funding of political parties is one that came up this morning, and I think we have a case in Namibia that speaks to that because the ruling party is implicated, and it has been denying that it received funding, where the individuals in prison, the former ministers and business people, have all indicated that the ruling party benefited from the massive corruption, that grand-scale corruption, and that election campaigns were funded with those monies. So, just to illustrate the issue, a lot of what I think the scene has been quite appropriately set by both Professors Matlose and Kotze. What is playing out regionally and locally here, but to a large extent, Namibia what's happening in South Africa is Namibia is a microcosm of what's happening in South Africa. Of course, your landscape is a lot more complex because of the size of your economy and your political landscape, but the issues are generally similar. So in early last year, the ECN, out of nowhere, announced the deregistration at the start of an election year of 6 political parties. Now, these are all headlines from newspapers from early last year. And they deregistered 6 political parties. Now, it might have been a well-intentioned, and they did explain what happened and why they did it then at the start of the election year, is because, the elections are coming up. They have to make sure that all political parties are in good standing, are properly registered, are not ghost parties. And 3 of the parties were deregistered because they appeared to not exist in any meaningful form at the start of the year. But 3 of the parties were deregistered because they had failed to comply with political funding provisions in the Electoral Act. They hadn't submitted annual accounts on an annual basis, audit accounts on an annual basis, and the Electoral Commission said we had engaged with them, we'd issued letters of compliance and so on, but these parties had failed. And one of them was actually the Namibian Economic Freedom Fighters, which is sort of an offshoot of the Economic Freedom Fighters here in South Africa. And your EFF, ours made a big stink of it, was of course, came in an electoral integrity issue. You're trying to victimize the EFF and so on. So it became a big issue, and ultimately, what appeared to be a good faith, well-intentioned compliance issue turned into a political issue, and the Namibia EFF and the Christian Democratic Voice, another one of the parties that was deregistered, took the ECN to court, and ultimately the ECN lost the case because it had failed to engage properly with the political parties on the compliance issues. And it had failed to, as one of the headlines there states, that the ECN failed to grant NEF audience before pulling the plug on its registration. So ultimately, the ECN lost the case, and it admitted that it had erred in how it had handled the situation. But the damage to the ECN had been done to its integrity. I mean, then it became, from that point onwards, it became an issue of it's clear that the ECN is trying to manipulate the electoral landscape for the ruling party by targeting certain parties. That was the narrative that started. And the issue then became an electoral integrity issue, a major electoral integrity issue that hasn't been properly accounted for to date. At the same time, the concerns around the funding of our now official opposition party, the Independent Patriots for Change, came into the spotlight, where the IPC flat out that headline there highlighted in black, where since 2024 the IPC has been adamant, and that's the leader is Panduleni Itula, has been adamantly adamant about not disclosing its funders, and not being transparent and not submitting financial accounts to the Electoral Authority on an annual basis, as all registered political parties have to do, and it was just not very communicative on who its funders were, and it became not just a a domestic issue, but it actually became something of a diplomatic issue because then disinformation about the party started spreading. And a lot of the disinformation from early on in 2024 focused on, they were coordinated campaigns or a campaign throughout the year that consisted of different facets, but the narrative was consistent, and the consistent narrative throughout the election year was that the EFF, the IPC, is funded by the British government. And the British government then had to deny repeatedly that this was the case. The IPC had to deny. But the thing about disinformation is if you repeat a lie often enough, after a while, people start hearing it as the truth. And so this narrative kept on being repeated, and it was even being, this coordinated campaign was even making use of South African channels, for instance, to promote this narrative. The Independent Online, the IOL, if you go on their website right now, you'll find these articles. A series of articles appeared in Independent Online that were quite extensive, lie-filled, inaccurate reports about the IPC. And these articles are still online. We actually just released a report on this and the narratives and the smear campaigns that were perpetrated using these foreign channels, the South African media, and so forth. Some of the South African media. Independent Online, IOL Online was complicit in pushing and broadcasting these narratives. And so this became a diplomatic issue for Namibia and for the IPC and for how the IPC was viewed locally. So just a bit of background: political funding of state funding of political parties. Namibia started doing that back in the late 90s, in 97, following a cabinet directive from 96. So parties get funding based on a formula that looks at percentage of vote and then and the number of seats in our parliament. And since then, the amount has just escalated astronomically. I'll demonstrate that a bit later. So in terms of what exists in law to regulate political finance, we have sections in the Electoral Act. It is not optimal. It is an under-regulated space, but there is something to work with. There's enough there to work with for our context, for the Namibian context. Can I just ask the gentleman who's taking the pictures of me, can you just come take some more? Yeah, that would be, I'm in the flow here, and he's sitting there looking at his phone. Yeah. So yeah. So and the two bottom points there just are sort of references to the regulations that speak to the sections in the law around political finance. So certain articles deal with all political parties, all registered political parties, and then there are sections that deal specifically with as you can see there, and I hope the presentations are shared with everybody or published online of the symposium, so people can take a look at this if you're interested. And then there are sections that just speak to regulating of parties that are actually in Parliament, which is the National Assembly and the National Council. And then specific articles that relate to disclosure of records, publishing of records, and proper record keeping, are sections 139, 140, 141, and 158 that speak to both registered political parties and to those in Parliament. So in terms of what we're spending in Namibia, now this is a country of 3 million people, and I mean it's less than the population of this place probably, Umhlanga. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But, huh? Yeah, it's a good try, yeah. So it's probably less than the population of this place. So, and over the last, from 2020, from the 2020-2021 financial year, I think that newspaper got it wrong there. We've up to 2024-2025, I think we've spent about almost 600 million that has flowed from the state purse to our political parties in Parliament. And of course, as Professor Matlose has indicated, the vast majority goes to the ruling party, which has, of course, seen its fortunes decline, similar to the ANC in elections over the last few cycles. But I mean, it's an enormous amount of money. 600 million rand for the size of our political landscape is a lot of money, and the money isn't being properly accounted for. So it is a big concern. One of our newspapers did a breakdown of what they thought was the apportionment of money to political parties. It's a bit small there. I don't think you can see the figures. I'm going to skip. And just address what the challenges are. And they're the same challenges that you're facing here in South Africa. There's a wholesale lack of transparency and accountability. I think to a large extent you've addressed this through the current framework. In the Namibian context, this is something we've been on for, that I've certainly been writing about for 15 years. Transparency and accountability is one of those tunes you'll hear me singing repeatedly on every platform that I'm on, because I believe that's where it all starts. Politicization of the issue. Now, politics is money and money is politics. And I don't think we should steer away from that discussion. But overly politicizing the issue is something that has impacted electoral integrity in Namibia. What happened last year certainly had an impact on how people view the ECN. The ECN, just going by what Afrobarometer shows us, the ECN reached a peak in terms of trustworthiness back in 2014, when about 75% of Namibians viewed the electoral management body as a trustworthy state entity. Excuse me. And since then, now, at this point in time, the ECN has a trustworthiness score, I think, of about 45%. So in the space of 10 years, it's lost a lot of trust. And it's because over the years the issues have become the issues around the ECN itself, the issues around appointments, around the way the electoral management body is structured, around its mandate, have become political issues. And of course, the way it's handling the political finance function is part of that. And then there's a culture of non-compliance, and this isn't just in this specific realm is this a concern, but there's a general culture of non-compliance, both in terms of the regulatory function, the law enforcement function, and in terms of how political parties approach their regulatory obligations. And on both sides, it is a major concern, and the will, the political will, the bureaucratic will, does not appear to be there or in sufficient amounts to address the issue of compliance. A lack of trust, I already mentioned the lack of trust in the electoral management body. But the lack of trust is not just the ECN. Namibians don't trust the political parties either. Afrobarometer shows that the opposition is actually least trusted at 35%. The ruling party is at almost exactly at 50%. The ECN is at 45%. So there's a general lack, there's a general trust deficit when it comes to political and state entities. And it's in long-term decline, and as well as in the media. I mean, in Namibia, Afrobarometer, I think around 8 from 2019 showed that politicians were considered more trustworthy than journalists, which is a major concern. I mean, it's something that, one of those things that I've also been, as a journalist, I've also been hammering on in terms, amongst my media associates. So there are serious trust problems in the Namibian context. Accounting and auditing capacity weaknesses in political parties, this has come up here as well. And this is something that we've been harping on since 2010. I do believe our political parties have to step up and become more professional, have to create functional systems, internal functional systems that speak to seriousness. And I'm hearing some of the same arguments that I'm hearing from political parties back home, I'm hearing in this room. So, which I'll address in the, and just something on the oversight institutional arrangement. I don't know if those 3 words are exactly as they should be. But the institutions that govern political finance, we have the same questions around, should it be the ECN? Should it be Parliament? As from this financial year, 2024, 2025, no, 2025, 2026, the disbursement function, the management function of the actual disbursement of the funds is shifting back to the National Assembly. It was in the Ministry of Finance for about a decade. It was in the National Assembly, then it was taken to the Ministry of Finance, and now it's back with the National Assembly. And the question still remains, is this appropriate? The National Assembly doesn't want this. The ECN doesn't want this. They've said this in interviews that I've had with them and in consultations that have been done. Nobody wants to, this is a hot potato. The ECN doesn't feel it's appropriate for it to have to deal with, managing the submission of political parties' accounts and feels it should go back to the National Assembly. National Assembly doesn't want it. It says it's not, we don't want to be involved in this. We do believe that there should be some role for the Auditor General in this, similar to what the situation is in South Africa. We do, as the Institute for Public Policy Research, we are, that's one of the things that we would like to see. And perhaps something like an Inspector General would be appropriate. But these are certainly questions that we will be raising going forward, as I said. Just in terms of the recommendations, now these are recommendations that are 11 years old from a report that I did that was published back in 2010 and 2011 on a study that I did in 2012 and in 2010. So, just to illustrate the glacial pace of reform. Now, some of the recommendations we made back then have actually made it into law in the 2014 Electoral Act. But these speak specifically to political party funding, these recommendations. And one of the proposals we made back then that we still hammer on is that the release of state funds should be made conditional on a satisfactory accounting and auditing of previous state funding. Now, funds are released on a quarterly basis in Namibia. And so what we're proposing is if you've properly accounted for the funds of the last quarter, then you will receive the next tranche of your funding. I believe that would go a long way in actually inspiring or stimulating a more proactive disclosure and reporting. The issue of an independent electoral body, an independent agency that would oversee this, and the need for the Auditor General to have some role in taking a look or casting an eye over the accounts of political parties is something that we also would like to see happen. And political parties should strengthen their accounting and financial reporting capacities and develop sound policies regarding internal and external disclosure of financial matters. Now, Namibian political parties aren't even reporting to their own members and supporters. It's just there in the management. And so that sort of openness with members is something that we would like to see. I mean, some of the arguments here and why I want to push back against some of them, exempting smaller parties or non-represented parties from some reporting requirements, I don't think is a good idea. Namibia at the World Cup, a Rugby World Cup, 2 World Cups ago, we were thoroughly humiliated by the All Blacks. We hold the record for the biggest score run in against any country on a rugby field, and it was a cricket score. But the thing about sport is that the rules apply to everybody. And I mean, we've been humiliated by the Springboks as well. But anyway, that in the last World Cup. But anyway, we take it in the spirit of neighborliness. But you step on the field as a minnow. You step on the field against the All Blacks, and they're going to do their thing. They're going to run you across the field and tackle you into the ground and run you ragged, and you're standing on the field as a spectator. But the same rules apply. Whether you're the top-ranked team in the world and whether you're a lowly third-tier nation. The rules on the field are the same. And that should be the approach here as well. If political parties want to be taken seriously, if you want to demonstrate that you are a party that can govern, then you should abide by the rule of law. You should not be calling for exemptions and laxed requirements and so forth. That's a concern we have in Namibia. That's a concern I'm hearing here in this room as well. And I think that's problematic. You make things more complex, the loopholes become more, and people take chances, parties take chances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 20 minutes or so of comments and questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, in that order, please. Let's remember that brevity is the soul of wit. Let's say as much as we want to in as few words as possible.
No, thanks, Chair, and good afternoon. Muzinjingila from Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. It's a very difficult request you are making as politicians who are in the business of speaking.
Excuse me, gentlemen, would you want to raise your voice? Just a little?
Muzinjingila from Umkhonto Wesizwe.
Thank you.
The request you are making is contrary to our discipline of politics because we speak for the people. Now, if we are, or I am to reduce my comments to a minute on a very complex and difficult matter like political funding, it's an injustice. So, we welcome the scholarly presentation and academic researches that are done, primarily on the issues of disclosure, party allocation and funding thresholds, public's participation to enforce issues of oversight and good governance. But it more leans on the issues of compliance, which is actually good administratively, so that we account for the monies that are allocated to parties as a principle of good practice. How do we, because it's a glaring testament of the weaknesses of our state intelligence if there would be monies that come into the country and are not accounted for or recognized. The motives thereof have direct implications on our body politics, government, and our national sovereignty. And I don't think the IEC have the competence and neither the capabilities to run this activity. They are also an institution and question themselves. Because if we are looking into parties, but we don't look into the influence of individual political leaders that get foreign funding and nothing is done and said about that, because that directly influences policy outcomes and the direction of the nation. So we are still chasing a moving target. We are not directly dealing with the issues. But of course, I'm not a proponent of reformist politics. I believe in fundamental change because reformist politics would simply mean we improve so that we maintain a better status quo. You are choosing a better gun to kill yourself. Rather than taking a rifle, you are taking a revolver. But the mechanics and the architect of the system, including the economic system, remains the same. So we're saying, this exercise is fun, it's okay, we've listened, but we are not going to change anything unless we fully accept that every economic system creates its own population. The population is what we see today, and we've been complaining for the past 30 years. Unless we look into the ideological orientation and the outlook of what we are doing, that's when we can find real working solution, not reforms. So I'm problematizing and raising these political issues for us to be conscious enough to understand the problem that we're exposed to. But of course, it will require a proper dialogue, not the one that is being convened by the president with 700 million, but a real social dialogue that will look into the problems and the challenges of the country to find working solutions that will really improve these systems and put mechanisms and internal controls that will regulate and monitor movement of monies, including illicit financial flows. I mean, we've seen Treasury, we've seen SARS. They can't even collect because we have collapsed. We have collapsed the system, and IEC has proven that they lack the basic tenets of administration in the previous national elections. But I will pause on that. I will pause on this one because I'm deeply,
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm deeply disappointed.
Thank you very much. Next question, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Atkins. I don't represent any organization. I'd like to make two observations. There's been a lot of talk and a theme of political will through the conference. So if we take seriously our commitments to upholding democracy, I believe we need to be honest about our missteps, not to poke holes or point fingers, but to do better in future. So I'll just briefly look at two problems that arose with the amendments to the PFA last year. The first, the amendments to Section 24, which give the President the discretion to change the limit, but particularly the reporting threshold. I maintain this is entirely self-evidently unconstitutional. The big point in the 2018 judgment was that PIA was inadequate because it relied on the benevolent discretion of the minister. And here, the PFA has handed discretion to the President. Our knowledge of donations to political parties is now entirely dependent on the President. So if tomorrow he makes regulations that say you don't have to report any donations below 100 million rand, then we have no transparency at all. I don't know, he's not going to do it, this President. But what about the next President? So Section 32 of the Constitution says national legislation must provide for access to information necessary to exercise our rights. So the PFA doesn't provide for it. The PFA subcontracts that to the President. It's clear-cut. Secondly, we had the absurd situation last year of 3 months with no law in place over the election. And nobody is raising alarm bells. But this was entirely avoidable. And I know, I'm sorry, I'm talking to some of the people in this room who were involved in that process. I was not the first person to see the problem, but I spoke about that problem in the public hearings. We praise our public consultation, but there were those of us who raised it and it was ignored by the committee. During the committee stage, later on, it came up right near the end of the committee deliberations. And it was discussed, this lacuna in the law. It was acknowledged by parliamentary legal advisors, and they gave the plainly absurd advice. We can pass the law, the resolution can be made, and the President can pass the resolutions the next day. And that committee accepted that advice. Now, it was easy to fix. They could simply have taken out the amendments to Schedule 2, the regulations in Schedule 2 of the PFA. They could have simply just, in one stroke, removed those amendments. It would not have affected the logic or functioning of the Act in one little bit. So there was a remedy available. It was presented to them. They failed to do it. And surprise, surprise, the President didn't make those regulations the next day. And here we are a year later with the charade of a new resolution. There was a perfectly good resolution passed on May 16th, 2024. That was an entirely lawful resolution. There's nothing in the Act that says that Parliament has to recommend limits. And in terms of the reporting threshold, the President is not required to consider anything. There is no criteria listed for the President's decision. So what does Parliament's recommendation have to do with it? So please forgive me, I'm not trying to poke holes at people or attack or anything like that. But we need to be honest and we need to do better in future.
Thank you very much. Can we have speaker number 3, please? Number 3. Go ahead, sir.
Just a quick, in terms of the doctors about the digital transparency, I think there's a lot of benefit, and I agree. I think that is the way of the future. And I think the carrot and stick approach in terms of saying, well, listen, if you do that, there is potential efficiencies, and I think that AI-powered anomaly sort of detection, I think is great in terms of the concerns that were raised, like with small donations, sort of getting past the regulations and basically breaking up those small into a larger donation in time with small ones. So I think there's real sort of benefit to that. My principal concern on a platform like that would be it would work if the banks sort of come on board, it would work if SARS come on board, and it would work if the parties themselves come on board. It would just be a case of the trusts and the ability of all those parties to basically come on board, because I think if they don't, potentially that wouldn't work.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 4, please. Thank you for the brevity, sir.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much.
Speaker number 4.
It's me, I think it's me, Chair. Can I go? It's me? Okay, Chair. You're looking that side, is it? Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, sir, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Norman Fanam Konza from the ACDP. So because I'm covered, I think, on the automated rent amount tracking, I'll only focus on one question, which speaks about cross-party technical working groups to Prof. Heather here. So I just interested to see how is it working, and maybe we can delve a little deeper on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Number 5, please.
Thank you very much.
In the world that has shaken the Oval House in the United States of America. Chair, my question is on the issue that was raised by almost all professors today, the issue of lack of transparency as well as accountability. I just want to understand why the Portfolio Committee on Finance in Parliament doesn't summon these large foreign donors as well as the large donor funders to come and explain to Parliament what is the criteria that they are using, because there is the issue of supporting regime change. Take, for instance, ourselves as the EFF, we don't get more money from these institutions because of our ideology and our policies. So I want to understand why Parliament does not summon them. We do have portfolio committees in Parliament that can do a great job in summoning Johan Rupert and the Oppenheimers and all these institutions to Parliament, as well as those foreign donors, to explain the criteria that they are following. You can't just channel a huge amount of money in one political parties, as opposed to, whereas there are many political parties in the country. Just choose one, even small parties anyway that didn't even get seats in Parliament. They were given a lot of money. So we want to understand what criteria are they using, so that at least they must also give us a quarterly report in Parliament, all of them. Thank you very much. That's my input in terms of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, digitalizing politics without highlighting concerns about cybersecurity and hacking does not help. Transparency that may be exploited by organized crime and regime change interest groups. It is not surprising that many view digitalization and transparency with much concern. So the question is, how can one address this? And also, democracy must not be used to exclude and neutralize black rule, which all these talk about digitalization and transparency raises concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the brevity, sir. Number 7. And number 8 and 9, please get ready.
All right, thank you. Mine is a brief one, and it is a comment, not a question, but I do think that it's something that we should take into consideration. It was actually triggered by the presentation from Namibia. We're sitting here discussing political funding in terms of monetary support and related accountability mechanisms. But however, recent research on political digital disinformation and propaganda reveals that in some African countries, non-monetary support for political parties during elections in particular also originates from foreign actors who run disinformation campaigns aimed at discrediting and destabilizing their opponents and national electoral systems. And these are foreign-sponsored information operations that cannot be monitored or accounted for through conventional means, as no money is involved. So it means that we need to look beyond what is obvious as we develop ways to protect our democracies from rogue donors. Because even if we were to say political parties must be fully funded by the state, these operations are not going to end because they serve a completely different purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Dumsani Chanches. I'm from the Parliamentary Budget Office in Parliament. Few points before I wanted to raise earlier, I couldn't. I think one of the first comment I just want to say, the purpose of the party funding regulatory framework is a lot to do to protect the democracy itself. I think we need to always remind ourselves to protect democracy, but also to ensure that the citizens are aware who's funding the system itself. I think dealing with corruption is probably a secondary aspect of it. The second comment I wanted to make is around the enforcement. I think enforcement is an international problem, and I support the comments that in order to protect IEC, there needs to be a long plan in terms of how that will be addressed, because not addressing that will undermine the purpose, the main purpose of the electoral framework itself. I think my question is really, will go to a lot Heather. It was very interesting, the point around digitalization. I think one point is really how can IEC use technology to detect and prevent online advertisements from becoming loopholes for undisclosed political spending or support of foreign, particularly looking at the potential implications for foreign influence and support as well. My second point is around how can we improve the transparency in digitalization in the digitalization of the political fund regulatory framework and reveal true sources of the influence, especially from those who want not to be disclosed, in particular protecting the privacy, but how do you draw the balance around that? I think the third question, it's very specific. It's what challenges must South Africa overcome to implement real-time digital disclosures in political funding? And how can these measures enhance public trust in the system itself? Because I think we have not had a lot of discussions around these issues, but it's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Number 9, as we prepare Mr. Links and Dr. Teisma to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Edim Fulwani from the PAC. Specifically to Mr. Links. Mr. Links, like other presenters, we seem to have the same fears. We seem to have identified the same threats from big multinationals, the oil mafias, no problem. We have identified what the problem is. But seemingly we are imagining an impossible situation where an EMB will be stronger than the government or the state. I'm saying this because you might strengthen your EMB and your rules as much as you can. But if those mafias and the politicians in your country start to be friends and have agreements behind the scenes, your EMB will not survive that. Now, I'm putting this proposition to you to say, with this understanding that there will never be an EMB that is stronger than the state, for an EMB exists under the authority of the state. The same thing the earlier speaker was raising, that we as politicians are the referees and the players at the same time. Now, with that reality, don't you think that a EMB structure, whether regional or continental, might resolve some of these problems we are facing domestically? If you are in South Africa and the EMB is IEC as it stands, it is under the authority of the state in South Africa. So I'm putting to you the proposition that maybe you guys as EMBs, what do you think about a single EMB, whether as a start we can start with an EMB of the region SADC, but ultimately a single EMB that will run all our elections continentally. Thank you very much.
I think that's a spectacularly bad idea, to be honest. That doesn't even occur to me at any point. Having, an electoral management body that manages elections remotely at regional level. Politics has to decentralize to the lowest levels, democracy. And this is, I think, one of the issues that came up here this morning is the understanding of what the democracy is and why people vote. Just basic civic understanding, and understanding how your country works, which is a problem. Our electorates are low information electorates. Our political parties, to be honest, judging from the questions that are being asked here about, really a framework you should know as a political party. And why I'm saying we should encourage political parties to become more professional, just as we should encourage our electorates to become more sophisticated. Low information electorates are low quality electorates, and elect low quality politicians. That's the problem. That's a big problem in our countries. And we should not be, hide from this. We have a problem with our people being informed and making choices that are in their interest, in the general public interest, in the national interest. People are disengaging because they don't understand what's happening. People don't understand. How many South Africans know the Constitution of South Africa or have even read it once in their lifetimes? That's a problem we struggle with in Namibia. The level of civic literacy. And this impacts our politics, this impacts the levels of corruption and influence, and why people can get away with influence operations. Why people can pump in large amounts of money into our politics and be unaccountable. Why political parties are non-compliant? Because the electorate is not demanding compliance. The electorate is not engaging with these issues. That came out in some of these presentations. Because your average South African doesn't know what's happening, what we're discussing here. The same in Namibia. What are we doing to get people to understand why things aren't working? What are the political parties doing? What are you doing to educate people on why things aren't working? And really, the question then is about, then the solution should probably come from the people and not be imposed from above, an electoral management body that's a regional structure or something. Is this what people want? What do people want at grassroots level? What politics speaks to them? What nature of democracy speaks to them? So, these are things that we struggle with, and trying to make our, one of the things that we do is, as the IPPR, a lot of the work that we do, we try and translate into civic literacy initiatives so that people get an understanding of the issues we're raising, one of these, this issue included. And that's really, I think a lot of this comes down to that. Do people understand what's happening? Do the political parties understand what's happening? So just in terms of the disinformation campaigns, I think that was all that I wanted to address. The question mark of, what sort of foreign influence is playing out in our elections is one that we address in the report we've just published. ZANU-PF showed up, the son of Mnangagwa showed up with $200,000 at a ruling party fundraising event. They did it openly, ZANU-PF giving us $200,000 US. I think that's, I'm speaking under correction. Chinese Communist Party has donated money to the ruling party. The ruling party is not interested in banning funding or limiting foreign funding or so on. So we don't have, as Professor Matlos's presentation showed, we don't have any bans on foreign funding or limits on that sort of thing. So that's a big concern for us. The ruling party just is busy completing a $1 billion new headquarters. 1 billion rand, Namibian dollar, 1 billion rand, new headquarters. Where's that money coming from? That's a question we're asking. So, is this money from tenderpreneurs? Is this money from foreign sources? And the disinformation campaigns we're seeing speak to some of these things. As I indicated, the foreign influence campaigns we're seeing that were perpetrated through South African media channels, through Ghanaian media channels, through Nigerian media channels, and fed into social media spaces where Namibians were active. We saw all of this. We saw the AI-generated content with, bads, that were pretending to be Namibians, but you could hear the Zimbabwean accents. So the question marks around what it appeared to be consistent, a consistent and coordinated influence campaign running, and appeared to be coming through foreign channels and probably being perpetrated by foreign actors. Yeah.
Okay, I'm well aware that I'm standing between you and a very long waited lunch, so I'll be very quick. The first couple were comments. Thank you very much for the idea of taking up and exploring the idea of digitalization of public finance. My question, well, just to answer the gentleman in the back about the systems, South Africa's banking and tax system is by far more advanced than most countries in the world. So I think that we could very well integrate those systems into those databases, provided, of course, we explain and we bring the banks and SARS on board. So I think that it's a doable thing. It just means we have to lay the groundwork accordingly. The second question about cybersecurity, there's a sort of a misnomer that currently your elections are safe from criminal intent, and that the moment you bring in a digital component, that is going to open it up to all kinds of nefarious actors. There are already nefarious actors working and at play in democracies around the world in the system that we have now. The question is, how do we make a digital platform more secure and to counter cybersecurity? And that's why I mentioned blockchain systems that are being put in place and a few other API areas there. There was a very good comment, ma'am, about disinformation campaigns and international funding. Very, very good comment. The question I have to ask you is, we can put all of this infrastructure in place. It could be, the gold star of everything. Why do disinformation campaigns appeal to voters? It's because they tap into their fears. They tap into their psyches. They tap into their natural distrust of systems and of political parties. And it's up to political parties to sit down and say, how do we overcome that? Do we use something simple like introducing a new transparency platform to show, hey, we're not corrupt. We actually do have your best interests at heart, not our own. That's the challenge that I pose to you. But you're absolutely correct. I mean, the disinformation campaigns in the last round of elections, astounding. And I think if I could just say that there is a perception that there is corruption, obviously amongst voters, political parties, the IEC, such a digital platform may assist you in your work and keep you independent of all of this. And that's the bonus for the IEC. It also eliminates, not completely, but it reduces the administration of things that will occupy you in the coming term. So those are brief comments, brief answers, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a request from the IEC that we take the next speaker and then break for lunch after that presentation. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Prof, can you please come to the stage? Our next speaker is Professor Wally Amera, and he's a university professor and he understands the meaning of brevity, so he will do that. Thank you.
First disclaimer, I'm not a professor yet, but I like the prophecy. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the IEC for inviting me to speak with the CEO of the IEC. Just to start off, before I go to the actual presentation, is to say that political finance and its regulation falls into the wider realm of governance and anti-corruption. And eventually you're going to see some of the debates we're having about the electoral management body then fit into there. Obviously, I've had voices about splitting the role of campaign finance regulation from the EMB or leaving it that way. But we can see that all over the world, over 60% of the EMBs still continue to do the political finance regulation function. And that has clear advantages that it provides to the EMB. It provides leverage, because you're dealing with politicians. I'm a former politician myself. I know how they behave. And so, but also, most importantly, is that if you look at the African continent, the South African Electoral Commission is arguably the best or second best. You can go, you can look around. You can Google if you want to. It's South Africa, Ghana, Namibia, and to some extent, IEBC of Kenya. I'm sorry to take a few minutes on this. And then the other point that my colleague here makes, if you look at the aspect of how many elections are being held this year, with how many of the 54 countries, and what the cost is of holding an election. When I was still in politics, I was in politics for about 16 years. So we went to the IEBC. So just the East African region, the elections were 2 months, 1 month, or 3 months apart. And each of the East African countries had to buy the voter biometric instruments. And those who do IT know that they expire. And the cost of purchasing that equipment is extremely exorbitant. So one of the suggestions was, why don't we move this equipment around? Because we're in the region, we're in the East African region. So the point you make makes sense. I want to beg to disagree with the previous speaker. The point you make makes sense from the point of cost. Whoever wants to do research can do research on the cost of holding an election in the country. The costs are very, very exorbitant. And secondly, from the point of integrity, if the electoral management body is in a particular country, there are chances that there will be issues to do with it. It's not independent, it's independent. But at regional level, there will be some level of acceptance from the people, from the public. Why? Because it's at regional level. It's not concerned with your politics within the region. So those are my 2 cents on the EMB. Okay, so that's my affiliation. And as I've indicated, I'm not a professor yet. That's the outline. So in terms of the introduction, some of the things, the challenge with speaking last is some of the things have already been said. So unless I have a very different perspective, that's when I'll speak to them. If I don't, I'll just move on. So we see that public finance is a public good. And I've given reasons there, but I'll only stick to two of those reasons. Most of the speakers have spoken about level playing field, but I'm going to speak to two issues. One is the issue of affirmative action. I know the researchers for IEC talked about gender, but I have a slightly more elaborative aspect on gender. It's not just women. So there are countries that use political financing, public political financing, to enable affirmative action. And this affirmative action is not simply for women only, but also for youth, for disabled, and in some countries you'll find there are minority ethnic groups, a tribe that has 2,000 people, that has 1,000 people, and they would need this affirmative action. So political financing can be used to enable inclusivity, to enable affirmative action for these groups, for these minority groups, including women. So I thought it's not just women only, that the point that the researchers for the IEC point make, it's also for other groups, minority groups. How? At election, during the nominations, the political party that provides more or that ring fences seats for these groups, for women, for youth, for the disabled, can be given more money, depending on how many seats they have reserved for those groups. So then that incentivizes the political parties to looking for these groups of people, the women, the youth, the disabled, people from minority ethnic groups, religious groups, to enable inclusivity in that political party. But the other point that I would like to make, since I mentioned the fact that political financing falls into the wider realm of corruption, is in some countries there's something called sextortion. So women, in many African countries, women have been left out of the economic empowerment arrangements. So if it comes to, say, nomination of candidates, the woman will be required to pay very high nomination fees. Now, if she's not economically empowered, those nomination fees may be an uphill task. So what do the party people say? Please provide the sex, since you don't have money. Yes, for nomination. And yes, pay in kind. And there are a couple of countries where this has happened. Which country? And it's a serious issue. So if you don't have money, provide the other one in kind, so that you get onto the nomination list of this political party. And in electoral systems, for the South African electoral system, which is proportional representation, it's much easier because it's the party that's at the forefront. But in the majoritarian electoral systems, this is a very serious issue because it's the individual who is at the forefront of this. So it can be a real issue. It can be a real problem that if there is political financing provided, it can enable these groups, these affirmative groups, to come through, but also it has the other side, which is that it can enable those challenges to do with various types of corruption coming through. Now, Obviously, all the speakers here have mentioned the fact that it's important for money in politics. Money enables many things. A political party is an organization and needs money to do all these things. But that money needs to be regulated, as I've indicated. But most importantly, if it's not regulated, then it will lead to not only political corruption, but it may lead to state capture. Not only will it lead to state capture, it may lead to policy capture. Not of the political party only, but also of the country. Because once these groups, once the money that is arriving from these sources and is unregulated, it doesn't arrive only to opposition political parties. Even the ruling political party will receive this money. And if it's in power, then you're going to have challenges with those interests taking over not only the state institutions, but taking over the policies of the ruling party. And consequently, as a result, taking over the policies, be they economic, political, cultural, social, of the country. And subsequently, you have not only state capture, not only policy capture, but you have something called grand corruption. It has happened here in South Africa, it has happened in Brazil, it has happened in so many other places. Now, what are the sources of, I think these sources have already been discussed about. The sources are both public and private. I saw the finance minister saying they should only be, the country is moving towards purely public sources. And that has clear disadvantages, because then you have a government that has leverage over political parties. And consequently, those political parties do not have the autonomy, the operational autonomy that ideally they should have in order to function well as a political party within that multi-party political system. I may give an example. In my country, we have a little section under the Political Parties and Organizations Act, and it has been amended because the opposition party refused to appear at inter-party dialogue platforms to discuss many things. They say we cannot discuss with these people who are, when we try to protest, they torture us and dump us in jail. We cannot go to discuss with these people. So what they have done now is to simply say, if you don't want to discuss, then you're not entitled to this public funding. So that's the kind of leverage. If you just leave the funding purely to public. So the ideal situation is to have both private sources and public sources. So in terms of where this comes from, you have those countries. You have Uruguay, which is the very first in terms of establishing political financing. You also have the USA, where you see 2 years is because that's when the process starts in the USA in 1907. But when the Watergate scandal breaks out in the USA in 1971 is when they passed the law on political financing. Still in Germany, you have two years there. Oh, sorry. Okay. So still in Germany, you have 2 years there. It's when Germany begins the political financing regulations, but subsequently the law is passed in 1967. In Africa, it's quite recent. I've just given a couple of countries there. I can't mention all the 54. Kenya really had a very comprehensive law in 2013. It's a very encompassing law, and the people who think up the regulatory framework for South Africa need to look at that law. The challenge with what I mentioned earlier is Kenya has one of the best, most comprehensive laws on this area, but it's not applied. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the political will is very important. It's the same with the corruption, the fight against corruption. You may have these beautiful laws against corruption. If there is no political will by the political leadership of the country, that law will not work. And let me just give you an example of Rwanda on affirmative action. I think it's the first or second highest in the whole world. I think their parliament is about 62 to 63%. You can check the figures. But they don't have any law, they don't have any incentives, for example, on political financing for affirmative action. But they're up to about 61 to 63%. I think they're the best or second in terms of women empowerment into decision-making places. Also, Uganda, it's 1980, but that was only in kind, so the presidents were provided with transport and security, and this was because there had been a difficult political moment in Uganda. Tanzania had to invade in Uganda to overthrow Idi Amin. And so the money, the vehicles and the security in the 1980 elections was provided by Tanzania to Uganda. And so the presidential candidates were given cars. But our law on funding is quite recent. It's 2005, and it's only one section. And it's the model that has been taken is proportional representation. So the more MPs you have in the parliament, the more money you get. And the same debate that you had here about political parties that are registered, I know your constitution provides that it's proportional and equitable at national and provincial levels. So you have parties at the local levels not having any money, and I heard the voices here. We have the same issue in our country, and many other, couple of other countries. But the way to solve that is obviously you must enable a plurality of voices, and you can't stop people from creating or establishing political parties. But then there must be some level of regulation. Because since the Minister here of Finance has announced that he's increasing the money, I can't wake up to create a political party, a one-man political party, in order to receive this money. When elections come, I'm not fielding any candidates. So there must be some level of the idea is not to give any money at all to these political parties at the lower levels, but the idea is to give them some money if they show that they are functioning as a political party should. Not that there's somebody just creating a political party, a one-man political party, in order to target the funding that the ministers just indicated is going to be increased. And in some countries, actually, if you get one vote, even if you're a one-man political party and you've stood in Durban here, if you get one vote, they equate that one vote to an amount from the public fund. So they give you, if it's 5 rand, they give it to you. Because you have support of that one voter. But there are many systems that you can apply. You can use, for example, if somebody has had nominated candidates, they have contested. There are many things. Is the small political party functioning as a party? Is there internal democracy within the party? Can it be called a party anyway? There are many, there's a lot of criteria that you can use. So that's the legal framework. I'll not go too much into it. Prof. Kabelo has done a lot of work there. But just to mention that the UDHR, the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights also discusses these issues. And I will not say a lot about that since Prof already discussed this area. But just to mention that the African Union Convention does not, it prevents dirty money from financing political parties. Obviously, dirty money from organized crime, from people who want to hijack the agenda of the country. I know this is not an academic conference, but I know the intellectuals here, and even the politicians who did this. So there are two ideological approaches to political financing, and those are the two. There's the libertarian, and there's the egalitarian. So the libertarian argues for freedom of association, freedom of speech, and consequently argues that a political party should not be prevented from mobilizing as much money as possible in order for it to propagate or to advocate for its agenda. The egalitarian approach argues that there should be restrictions as long as those restrictions are legally justifiable. So I know even for the lawyers here and the non-lawyers know that, yes, you have human rights, but there are justifiable limitations to your exercise of those human rights. So many constitutions of the countries say that. So it's a balancing act. So the egalitarian approach then argues that you can use your money, you can look for money, they can donate money to you, but there will be regulations on how you use that money. Wow, interesting. So there are three models. There's the equitable model, there's the proportional model, and a combination of those two. Here in South Africa, you're using both because the Constitution provides for that. The only challenge is now the issue of percentages, which you're arguing about. But these models are already provided for by the Constitution. Out of those models, you have those patterns. There is the minimum regulation pattern, there is the highly regulated pattern, there is the transparency pattern, and there is the inconsistent candidate pattern and mixed regulation pattern, which combines all the four. But each of these five falls still either in the libertarian or egalitarian approach. So for a decent regulatory framework, you have those elements. You have private funding, you have public funding, you have spending, reporting, oversight, and sanctions. I think for South Africa here, you do not yet have an aspect on spending. I'll not discuss the provisions there because Prof has already discussed them. Most importantly, there is that African Union Convention on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Still, Prof discussed this. But just to mention, in regard to the regional framework, we do not have a regional framework specifically on political finance. So the framework that we have is on corruption broadly. And internationally still, we don't have one. Yes, I've already indicated that the sources of funding should be both private and public. There are several countries that provide for limits on funding, on political funding, and these are about 34 countries. There are about Some countries also provide for spending caps on the continent. About 38 countries on the African continent provide for financial reporting. There is audit oversight of money used in politics. That role is with the EMB's Auditor General Parliament, courts, and obviously this is a debate you're having here, but I've just finished a paper on political financing and what happened from the state capture report. And South Africa has a lot of institutions now, including those that the Zondo Commission recommended that deal with corruption. So the issue of interagency cooperation could be very well handled this way. The EMB can be left with this role on political finance regulation, and it can use the other agencies that are created and new ones that have been created even after the Zondo Commission to deal with this issue. Sanctions, about 40 countries on the continent provide for sanctions, and some are as grave as imprisonment. Here, they simply withdraw your money, I think. That's what the IEC is doing. But in some countries, you can be imprisoned. Obviously, other countries, you lose the public funding since you've not accounted. I've already discussed this. Should it be public? Should it be private? I indicate that it should be a mix of the two because of those challenges that I mentioned. If it's only public, there are impartiality issues, there are party autonomy issues. If it's only private, you have challenges with corruption, you have challenges with dirty money coming in from organized crime. So a mix of the two is better, but depending on the political environment of the country. Then transactional donations. Prof has already spoken about this, but these eventually lead to grand corruption. The private interest is providing money before elections, and then they are being promised a tender or supply of some, or construction of a major infrastructure project later on. The other challenge is the abuse of government resources, and this is a very prominent issue on the African continent. If somebody is an incumbent, is a minister, but is also campaigning, they are using the vehicle and resources that are provided by government, the security, but they're campaigning. That's abuse of resources, and that's not leveling the playing field when you're campaigning with somebody who, for example, has just left their law firm or consultancy firm to campaign against the minister. Then vote buying is also something that's very common, and also selling happens, but the vote buying is more. I'll not discuss this because these have already been discussed. Which model? I've already indicated that the Constitution already provides for the model, but the egalitarian approach is what you're going towards, because I can see you already have limits on donations. You're moving towards limits on spending, so you're tilting towards that. The patterns, I've already mentioned the patterns above, but those patterns would tilt towards the egalitarian model. So what are the emerging issues? They've mentioned technology. Technology, by the way, has advantages and disadvantages. So it has advantages in regard to monitoring, auditing, but it also has disadvantages if you have third parties who are using it to then campaign for political parties. There are loopholes in the current law. I've mentioned spending caps. There are issues to do with skills and capacity issues of the electoral management body. That's it. She's standing up, so I'll not go into the detail. You can read for yourself. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much indeed. This is an interesting topic, as we have all noticed. Are there any pressing comments and questions regarding the three models? Any pressing questions? 1, 2. Okay, the two gentlemen, 1, 2. Quiet, sir. Thank you.
Ngibonge, Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. I have one question. The situation in political this is Asanda Nyembezi from the EFF. The situation in the political funding highlights the need for effective regulation and transparency in the country because of the big donors, Abo Rupert, Open Unions, and others that only fund certain political parties in this country, parties that only protect their agenda. So my question is, how do you think the current regulatory framework for political financing in South Africa addresses issues of corruption and undue influence and the potential reforms? Would you suggest, what the potential reforms would you suggest to strengthen the integrity of the electoral process in this country? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Advocate Mantula, can we have the last question, please, or comment?
No, thank you very much, Moderator. I was still doing further consultation here with your fellow member of the Commission, and it's very strategic, man. You see, on the issue of sanctions, and I think we've been missing one point, and I think as we are winding this session, the question of regulations of this act has got offenses, penalties. And I think that we have not been looking at how do we relook in this review, that we look at the regulation of this act, where, as we have said on offenses, we look also at attaching property of those who steal the public money. Because you see, you can jail people, you can fine them, but attaching property also, George. Another aspect is I think when you talk of, I think that is the last one, technology, CEO. And I think this is very important. The issue of cybercrime and hackers. I think we have to look into hacking and cybercrime. And one raises this because we have a RICA bill that is still hanging. And the RICA bill, it is still hanging. The use of phones, cell phones, mobiles. Yes, you do have the restrictions, but the cybercrime. And that's what we call the dark space. And this dark space is going to affect us moving forward. The last part, you talk about the Constitution as a guarantee, it is a safeguard, but we are in the 21st Amendment now, where we are doing review now, process. So let's not think that the Constitution will be the safe space for now. Let's allow constitutional review also that is undergoing now to look at the electoral system and not wait for Frederick van Slabert reports always on our electoral system. I think we have to start to build a new knowledge on our electoral system and the issue of accountability, because democracy, election, and governance is very important. The treasurer generals of parties are the CFOs in a corporate world. But how do they account? How do we capacitate them? Their audit committee in their parties, how do they account? One thought about when you bring the global picture, that the African picture that we have painted, I think, Dr. Khabela, the AU regulations, maybe of the African Charter. That charter also is bound for review. I don't think we can sit on the charter of 2012 and not have guidelines that look at political party financing rather than dealing with political corruption when we know that there are many elements that has happened. Chair, thank you, and I'm sorry for taking
Thank
time.
you. There are two matters that are raised here, the comments by Advocate Mantula and the question that was raised yesterday and today about how do big corporates account, how are they held accountable? I think this is a matter that was discussed yesterday and today. I don't think it's a question as such. I think it's a comment that these corporates should be held accountable. Am I getting it right, sir? Am I getting it right? Okay. Okay. Can you rephrase the question very briefly then?
The systems, Chair, that can make sure that those big donors, those Rupert families, those Oppenheimer families, all those white and Indians who control the means of production in this country, what the professor, the doctor can assist us as an AEC, because it seems that AEC don't hold them accountable. What they can do to at least to have those, to regulate, to have policies to stop all the influence that they have in our country. Because, for example, Chair, we Section 25 of the land, that you must exploit the land. It's not, there's no implementation because we know who funded the current GNU. So that's where I am.
Would you like to respond to that? And while Dr. Walmeria is responding, we will call upon the Vice Chair to come and conclude the session.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try by level based. I hope I've understood your question. What you're asking is how private interests are putting money into, for example, political parties, and how that can be managed. Is that a question? Okay, maybe let me answer broadly. So I'm going to give the example of Tunisia. So Tunisia had something called the Arab Spring. And in 2012, they passed a very strong, comprehensive law on political financing. They banned private funding of political parties in Tunisia. So for 2 years, from 2012, 2013, 2014, political parties in Tunisia were not funded by private sources. That's one country. But they realized that they needed the mix of the two. Another country is Israel. Israel, I think up to quite recently, was funded up to 97%. An Israeli political party cannot receive money from a private source. And you know their intelligence organization is very good. Mossad, if you did so, they would hold you to account. But Israel is beginning to be flexible. So that 3% has now reduced to something else. So what's the point I make there? The model that you adopt as a country has to go with the temperature, the environment, the political environment of the country. If the politicians are resisting this, you have to take some time to get buy-in, because it's them that are going to be your partners to implement this. If they don't get buy-in, and then you pass very strict laws, you sanction them, you imprison them, it won't work. You'll have like for example in Kenya, there's a very comprehensive political financing act, but it does not work because people have not yet got the buy-in. It's a very comprehensive act, the 2013 Act of Kenya. So you'd rather move slowly and get buy-in from all the stakeholders, including the political parties and politicians, as incrementally employ all these sanctions. Because if you begin from imprisonment, before you know it, you're not the policy maker. They will go to parliament and just say, we don't want this law anymore. And that will be the end of everything. So you'd better do that. In regard to the question that he asked, big business and the money that gets into political parties. So in Europe, they have something called lobbying registers. So if big business wants to discuss with a political party, they must disclose. If they're in a meeting, they are taking tea there, and as long as they are taking that tea, it's an informal tea, and they are discussing how to get a tender, eventually when this political party comes into power, that lobbying register must know, even if it's an informal meeting. If it's a formal meeting, their minutes, they must take that information to the lobbying register so that And that information is, by the way, by the robbing register, is publicly available for everyone to see. So that then, in some sense, helps to moderate how big business influences a political party and what they are discussing, whether what they are discussing is ethical or not ethical in regard to funding a political party, in regard to their relations with a particular political party. So that can, obviously, I know in South Africa, nothing of that sort is here yet, but that's one of the models that could be thought about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation this afternoon. We are going to call upon the Vice Chair of the Commission to conclude the two-day deliberations. Dr. Chikani is not present today, so that is why we beg your indulgence to have the doctor come and conclude.
I think that it's been something of an exhausting day for everybody, but I think also a very stimulating symposium, a stimulation of ideas, a stimulation also around problem identification. Let's look, just as we close, whether or not the purpose of the symposium has been addressed. We wanted to evaluate the impact of political funding, its effectiveness, and the views that people have of this process. We did that through both engaging with you, but also through hearing from the HSRC from the survey that was conducted. We wanted to identify gaps and challenges, and as well as emerging issues. And some of those are around enforcement limitations, some of those are complexities that arise in the context of digital campaigning, as well as the unequal access to funding of political contestants. To some extent, we have heard specific issues, specific ideas, and proposals. Doubtless, there are many more that can be put on the table and must be put on the table. We also wished to facilitate collaboration among key stakeholders, including political parties, civil society, donors, regulators, so that we can explore potential reforms and strengthen the environment that we have. Again, to some extent, the engagement, the ideas, sometimes saying very similar things, sometimes saying very critical and different things. I think we've done that to some extent, but doubtless that conversation will need to continue. So what was our methodology? We wanted to hear local and international experiences. We wanted to have some comparative analysis of different countries, particularly from our continent, as well as from other parts of the world, such as Mexico. We wanted to understand the different ways in which political finance frameworks are shaped by the unique circumstances of the different countries. Yet, at the same time, we wanted to ensure that the importance of having clear, strong regulatory and enforcement frameworks to govern money in politics is something that we could agree on. And I think for the most part that is true. So when we looked at the experience of the last 4 years, I think that the Electoral Commission has shown that it has successfully implemented the Act to the extent that it has also been able to publish and to ensure that there's public access to quarterly disclosure reports. We've also made significant progress as a country in building support for the principles of the importance of political funding regulation. Nonetheless, there are implementation challenges, and these are implementation challenges that seem to, for the most part, have strengthened the resolve to make proposals around improvements. There have been a number of concerns raised, including a key concern around the Electoral Commission's role in regulating and ensuring the enforcement of political finance legislation. There have been questions about whether the IEC has the capacity and resources to effectively implement the current act. There have been suggestions that we need to strengthen our collaboration with other regulatory and investigative bodies. And there's also been emphasis on the need to insulate the Commission from the political pressures and also misconceptions that can result from its role in the political financing regime that we put in place in this country. The uptake on the Multi-Party Democracy Fund has been limited, and the Commission needs to explore the reasons for this, as well as the strategies that are needed to enable this fund to play the important complementary role to public funding on the one hand and to direct funding to political parties on the other. The introduction of the Multi-Party Political Democracy Fund was very much an innovation that we need to look at what the reasons for it were and whether or not it can be used to greater effect. So some additional issues to take forward have been raised here. We need to consider extending political funding support to the sphere of local government, and it was highlighted that this is a pressing issue. We need to explore whether funding should be made available to unrepresented parties and to determine appropriate mechanisms, particularly as part of the campaigning period in preparation for a new election. We need to strengthen oversight and build institutional capacity, investigative powers, and to this end, meaningful partnerships, not only within the organization, but with other agencies. And this might involve not just legislative reform of the PFA, but also might involve legislative reform of those other agencies. We need to ensure that we continuously improve our framework, dealing with various gaps and issues such as reporting of related party donations. Again, there were proposals and concerns that were raised by different contributions during the symposium, and doubtless there are many more specifics that will need to be put on the table. We need to engage with potential donors and possibly even more to find out what the views or motivations are of existing donors are in terms of how they project that themselves. But importantly, it was put that we need to look at possible incentives to encourage contributions from non-state resources in particular. Continuous research into political finance to enhance further policy development is clearly essential. It's only on the basis of data, it's only on the basis of information that we really, and experience of others, that we can really make progress. Progressive public financing of political parties by the state has been placed squarely on the table, not least by the minister this morning. Equally, the importance of governance of political parties, and in particular, audits needing to be conducted by any recipient of public finance by the Auditor General, again, has been placed squarely on the table. Clearly, there is a need for online, digital, real-time reporting applications to be developed both to increase efficiency, effectiveness, but also trust. The possible creation of a separate institution or an inspector general for political funding has been raised. These are a number of the issues that were put forward, and a very detailed report, very detailed notes of the deliberations have been taken during the course of the meeting. In addition to that, the presentations have been placed on our website and are available to all of you as well as to the wider public. But where to from here? As you heard from the CEO and also the chairperson of the Commission, we had indicated to the Portfolio Committee some time ago that we were going to be conducting the research, we were going to be holding a consultation in order to be able to put forward a number of policy considerations and concerns that need to be taken forward by the policymakers and the legislators. And that is something that we will be doing following this symposium. But in between that, we recognize that time has not been, as it very often is not, on our side. Our program asked for inputs and questions and discussion items, and some of those have come forward, but some of that also has been curtailed by the fact of marching towards the end of a program, a session, and because of time constraints. So we are going to look at the extent to which, prior to finalizing the report for Parliament, there are possibilities to obtain some feedback from those of you who have been participating in this session and who may have been prompted through the session to add specific detail, specific ideas, which can be taken forward in our report. At the end of the day, the policymakers and Parliament in particular will have to undergo its own deliberations, but also its own processes of consultation on these issues, as well as other issues that it has already been considering in terms of the process of political funding. Doubtless, as many have put forward issues even pertaining to thresholds, I have no doubt that that will be part of what the Portfolio Committee and members of Parliament consider. So on behalf of the Commission, first and foremost, I'd like to thank all of you for being here, for participating, for engaging, and for putting forward very concrete, often strident proposals and positions that we all need to reflect on. Secondly, I'd like to again thank those who are online for staying the course, and all the presenters who have given of their time and who have made this a much more vibrant occasion. I'd like to again thank the media, but in particular, I want to give a real shout out and thanks to all of those people who very quietly behind the scenes have made this event possible through their contribution to the organization, through their contribution to every part of the preparation of this meeting. In particular, the IEC officials who have been working really hard behind the scenes. On behalf of the Commission, a huge thanks to all of you. And then part of those IEC people who've played such an important role are the IEC members who have facilitated the sessions. Theirs was an unenviable task of driving things against time. I really want to appreciate that and their work in making this program move and really in calling on you and engaging you to make your contributions. So thank you to all of the session facilitators. Your role here is greatly appreciated. And now, nothing further from my side. CEO, I don't know whether you want to stand between me, lunch, and so on, and by coming up, but otherwise you're happy that we can go to lunch. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Love, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your participation. I'm told lunch is served. Thank you.